Chapter 16:28. Miao Si's body was covered in wounds. She ran straight to Ziqin, feeling guilty. Ziqin gestured for Miao Si to treat her wounds first and talk about the rest later. They didn't intend to kill me. These are just minor injuries. It doesn't matter. Miao Si didn't treat her wounds. Instead, she slowly explained what had happened. Previously, when Shen Tiandao went to the Blackstone Mountains and saw other humans, they didn't fight. Instead, the other party tried to recruit Shen Tiandao. Ziqin guessed that there should be many humans gathered there. That was why he asked Miao Si to bring people there. His original intention was to bring all of them back and form a stronger force. Before leaving, Ziqin gave the 3-meter-long storage bag to Miao Si. His original intention was to let her put the things that couldn't fit in there. When she returned, she would be given the same amount of spirit crystals according to the transaction price. Miao Si brought 18 people there. Unexpectedly, only one of them returned, and all of their belongings were taken away. As for Miao Si, they deliberately released her for ransom. There were 18 people in total, and each of them had 2 armor-piercing weapons. If they didn't pay, they would kill all 18 of them. Are there many of them? All 19 of them were captured. Ziqin frowned. These 19 people had been in the battlefield of despair for a long time. Their combat strength wasn't weak. The other party was actually able to capture all of them. It was obvious how powerful they were. According to Milord's instructions, we didn't kill them because of a disagreement. However, who would have thought that 2 8th-stage domain realm cultivators would appear out of nowhere and shamelessly launch a sneak attack on us? They knocked a few of us unconscious and captured us in the end. Miao Si looked sullen. He had a powerful armor-piercing weapon. Even if he faced an 8th-stage domain realm cultivator, he wouldn't be afraid. When the battle started, they didn't have any killing intent. However, the 8th-stage domain realm cultivators still chose to sneak up on them. In the end, they were all wiped out. Did the other party introduce themselves? Yes, the leader is called Fei. The commotion here attracted the attention of others. When they saw Miao Si's appearance, they were furious and expressed that they wanted to destroy this group of people. Not to mention that there were 2 8th-stage domain realm cultivators. Even if there were 3 or 5 of them, they wouldn't be afraid. Fei, do you know this person? Looking at Wharton, who was walking over, Ziqin asked. In the outside world, one's cultivation realm did not necessarily represent one's battle prowess. However, in the battlefield of despair, only those who had comprehended some laws could break through to the next realm. Since the other party was able to break through to the 8th level, he was obviously not an ordinary person. However, when Wharton heard this, he fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly shook his head, indicating that he did not know of this person. Suddenly, Wharton's expression changed as he said, "Fit, could it be him?" "You know him?" Wharton shook his head and said, "I don't know him, but I've heard of him. However, that Fit has already reached the 8th level. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to appear here." When Ziqin heard this, he sneered and said, "It seems so." In the past 2 years, the 8th stage had only come to the 7th stage once, and their target was Ziqin. To be more precise, they were here for the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. "Are there any alchemists among them?" Ziqin asked. There was one. He was a very young fellow, but he was forcefully controlled. Other than refining medicine, he had no other freedom. "How many of them are there?" "More than 50. When Ziqin asked for details, Manshur and the others came forward. Manshur directly said, "Where are they? Damn it, let's go and destroy them." "That's right. How dare they touch our people? They're simply courting death." Wu Xia also said coldly. Looking at the excited crowd, Ziqin smiled and said, "This is not a big matter. I'll go personally. Your top priority is to break through as soon as possible." Now that Ziqin was the backbone of the group, nothing could happen to him. Thus, Everyone spoke up and expressed their willingness to go together. Just 2 8th-stage cultivators. There's nothing to be afraid of. How about this? Shen Tiandao and Wharton come with me. The rest of you continue refining the law crystal. The two's battle prowess was publicly acknowledged, so no one had any objections. After a simple treatment of their wounds, Miao Si led the 3 towards the Blackstone Mountains. At the outskirts of the Blackstone Mountain range, there were 2 late-stage, 7th-layer Heavenly Kings stationed here. The 2 of them were bored and were currently chatting with each other. Sai, I say, this armor-piercing weapon is really extraordinary. Ever since I got it, I've already killed 5 late 6th-stage mutated beasts. Its special effect is as high as 30%. Of course it's good stuff. I really don't know how that blacksmith called Chin managed to condense such a high trigger rate. Who cares how he condensed it? As long as we have an endless supply of armor-piercing weapons to use in the future, it's fine. What do you mean? Didn't you only ask for 30-something weapons? We just happen to have 1 each. We're not rich at all. This is just a ransom. When we get the ransom and everyone has an armor-piercing weapon, it'll be time for us to launch a large-scale attack. When that time comes, that blacksmith called Chin will obediently serve us. The cultivator had a look of realization. It seemed that this was how the group's alchemist came to be. While the 2 of them were chatting, they suddenly sensed a wave of aura. Then, 4 people appeared in their line of sight. It's the fella who went to get the ransom. They came rather quickly. A thin, late 7th-stage cultivator sneered. He even brought helpers. Looks like he's not satisfied. It's just 4 people. It's not enough. No, that's Wharton. When they saw Wharton among the 4 people, their expressions changed immediately. Wharton was very famous in the 7th-stage city. Almost everyone of the same cultivation level knew him. However, when they thought about the 2 8th-stage domain realm cultivators backing them, they calmed down a lot. As the 4 people approached, the thin man said, Wharton, I didn't expect you to be the one controlling a team. Wharton glanced at the 2 of them and said indifferently, Where are our people? Did you bring the ransom? Otherwise, you'll only see corpses. The thin man said coldly. Chin lifted the storage bag in his hand and said, A total of 40 armor-piercing weapons. It's 4 more than what we asked for. The 2 of them nodded in satisfaction. The thin man said coldly, You know what's good for you. Follow me. The 4 of them followed the 2 of them deep into the forest. After a while, they arrived at the gathering place. They seemed to be waiting for the armor-piercing weapons. These people didn't go out. There were more than 50 of them, and they emitted a strong aura. When they saw the 4 of them, their eyes flashed with greed. However, when the light landed on Wharton, it was immediately restrained. Wharton was recognized as the strongest among the late 7th-stage cultivators. He was the one who had the highest chance of surpassing Su Hojue on the soldier list. When they saw Wharton, they restrained themselves, but they weren't afraid. Wharton, who was in the late 7th stage, was indeed powerful. However, compared to an 8th-stage cultivator, he was a whole realm lower. Soon, Zichun saw the 18 people on his side. Their strength had been sealed, and they were hung on the trees with vines. Many of them had wounds from being whipped. As for their equipment, they had been stripped clean. The 18 of them looked listless. Some of them were even on the verge of death. Seeing the state of these people, Zichun's heart was filled with killing intent. Release them immediately, Zichun said coldly. The 2 of them turned around and looked at Zichun with dissatisfaction. The skinny one said, Who do you think you are? How dare you order us around? Zichun glanced at the weapons on their bodies and said, The armor-piercing weapons in your hands were forged by me. So it was the artificer called Zichun. The 2 of them looked surprised. Zichun said indifferently, Release them, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the 2 of you will die. Threatened by a mid-7th stage cultivator, The two of them immediately turned cold. One of them shouted at Zichen, "You dare threaten us? Are you looking to die?" When the 18 of them heard the commotion, they opened their eyes and saw Zichen. Their lifeless and despairing eyes were reignited with hope. These people had been so arrogant because they had 2 8th-stage cultivators in their group. However, the 18 of them knew very well that Zichen had been able to kill an 8th-stage outsider on his own half a year ago. At the same level, humans might not have any advantage over Daxus aliens. And that was half a year ago. In the past half a year, Zichen's power had grown to an unfathomable level. These people were simply looking to die for trying to target Zichen. This was why they would rather be hung up and beaten than submit. Shentiandio's sword flashed, and the vines on the 18 of them were all severed. A wave of solidified energy supported them as they slowly descended. Cold light flashed everywhere as the others instantly surrounded them, their eyes filled with hostility. Ironically, there were many armor-piercing weapons forged by Zichen amongst these weapons. The group was surrounded, but they all looked at Wharton warily. To them, Wharton was the greatest threat. "You want to die?" Wharton barked, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Wharton, this isn't a place where you can act wildly," the skinny one from before said. "Die." Wharton's killing intent was clearly aroused, but in the next instant his arm was grabbed by Zichen. Zichen chuckled, his gaze sweeping past the group. These people were not weak, and it would be a waste to die like this. After sweeping his gaze around, he coldly said, "Since you've come out. What's the point of hiding? You're Zichen, that artificer." A voice came from behind the group, and a cold-faced man in black armor appeared. It was one of the 2 8th-stage cultivators. Looking at him, Zichen's lips curled in disdain, and he said, "There's another one. Could it be that you're really a coward who only dares to launch sneak attacks? What a sarcastic brat." Another voice rang out, and the second 8th-stage cultivator appeared from the opposite direction. It was Fit. Zichen looked at the two of them, disdainfully saying, "You two really are jackals of the same lair. I didn't dare to be sure at first, but seeing how you're hiding, you should be here for me." The two's expressions changed slightly and they exchanged glances. Originally, they didn't dare to be sure that the two Zichens were the same person, but now they were sure. Chapter 16:29. Originally, Fit had only wanted to capture Zichen in the name of plundering and steal his belongings before working for him. However, he didn't expect Zichen to be so smart. They had only exchanged a few words before their identities were exposed. At this moment, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Zichen was like a turtle in a jar. Fit nodded and admitted that he had indeed come here for Zichen. The message clearly stated that as long as Zichen had the long spike weapon, it didn't matter if he lived or died. Under such circumstances, Fit didn't want Zichen to die. After all, the human city hadn't been taken back yet. Zichen, who was both a blacksmith and an alchemist, was extremely useful in this area. At the very least, he could refine an armor-piercing weapon with a 30% chance of success. He wasn't someone that the trash on his side could compare to. Fit waved his hand, and everyone surrounded him. The armor-piercing weapons in their hands flashed with a cold light. He planned to surround and kill him. Facing the cold, armor-piercing weapons and the huge difference in strength between the two sides, Zichen's expression was still calm. He looked at Fit and said, "Since you're here for me, it's obviously a personal grudge. Why send others to their deaths?" Fit was stunned. What did this mean? The others were also puzzled. Personal grudges should be settled by individuals. You 2 8th-stage cultivators will work together. I will deal with both of you. Hearing Zichen's explanation, everyone was stunned. They all looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a fool. A mid-7th-stage cultivator dared to challenge 2 early 8th-stage cultivators at the same time. Did he eat the wrong medicine? or did his brain get squeezed by a door? One had to know that this was the battlefield of despair, not the Jianwu continent. Even in the Jianwu continent, the two of them had a 90% chance of winning. Sirs, this brat is too arrogant. Why don't I take him down first, teach him a lesson, and then hand him over to you two, sirs? A voice came from the crowd. It was the thin man who had just led the way. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of disdain. All right, as long as he doesn't die. Fit nodded, preparing to let this person test Zichen's strength. One had to know that there were almost no fools in this place. Since the other party dared to speak such arrogant words, he should have something to rely on. Disperse. The skinny man received the order, and a ferocious smile flashed across his face as he waved his hands outwards. The crowd responded and dispersed. They stood in the distance to watch the show. There were even people who shouted and jeered. You guys spread out too, Zichen softly said. He merely swept a glance at the skinny man before his gaze landed on the two level 8 experts. He wanted to end this battle quickly and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Brat, I'll let you. The skinny man grinned maliciously as he raised the armor-piercing weapon in his hand. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zichen's figure in front of him sway slightly as two afterimages appeared. The next moment, a bright saber light appeared. The light was so bright that it made the skinny man a little uncomfortable, so he subconsciously blinked his eyes. The bright blade light disappeared in an instant. The human in front of him was still there. All of this was like an illusion. He shook his head and found that it was a little strenuous. He cursed in his heart and continued to say, Brat, I'll let you live worse than... Before the skinny man could finish his words, he felt the strength in his body rapidly draining away. A familiar cry of surprise rang out as the figure in front of him slowly dissipated. His expression changed drastically as he slowly lowered his head and saw that there was an additional saber mark on his chest. Die. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. The skinny man's eyes widened as his gaze became unfocused. His body fell to the side as he finally said the word die. However, he died with his eyes wide open. After killing the skinny man with one slash, Zichen's figure did not stop. He directly rushed towards the early level 8 expert in black armor. Speaking of which, he was Zichen's real target. As for the skinny man, he was just incidental. In the process of rushing forward, the saber had already returned to its scabbard. A long spear appeared in Zichen's hand. With a flash of silver light, the long spear stabbed straight towards the black-armored man. Clang! The black-armored man blocked with his sword. In a hurry, he was directly pushed back by Zichen. The long spear pointed again and activated the collapse formula. Another powerful force exploded. The black-armored man's figure began to stagger as his center of gravity became somewhat unstable. At this moment, Zichen pulled out his saber. The shining saber light swept towards the black-armored man. Pooh! The armor-piercing effect was activated. The black armor was like paper in front of Zichen. At the same time, the sharpness and poison immediately took effect. The black-armored man's body had a long and deep wound that exposed his bones. The saber cut almost from his lower abdomen to his shoulder. One could vaguely see his wriggling intestines. Under the corrosion of the poison, the black-armored man's figure could not help but sway. He retreated more than 10 steps again as he looked at Zichen in disbelief. He did not expect that in just 3 short moves he would be seriously injured by a level 7 expert. The surrounding people were also shocked. Fit's eyes were wide open. Only the people brought by Zichen showed a matter-of-fact expression. On the huge wound, black blood gushed out. This was the poison of the male scorpion, which contained a trace of the power of the natural order. The poisoning effect of this stab was dozens of times stronger than the poison released by the male scorpion. The other party was injured and poisoned. He instantly lost 80% of his combat power. There was no need to fear him. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. He rushed towards Fit. It seemed that the latter saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. Kill him. Kill him with all your strength. Seeing Zi Chen rushing towards him, Fit's expression changed. He shouted loudly as he retreated. Fit's people were still in shock. When they heard this shout, not only did they not go forward, but they also retreated. What kind of joke was this? He killed the skinny man in one move and crippled and level 8 expert in 3 moves. Whoever went forward was courting death. Moreover, this team was put together at the last minute. How could there be so much loyalty? Everyone retreated again and again. Seeing this, Fit was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. However, Zi Chen instantly attacked. He was about to curse, but he forcefully swallowed back the words he was about to say. Spear light flashed. The long spear was extremely fast. Facing this powerful attack, Fit had no choice but to block. After that, the forest was filled with clanging sounds. The two people were locked in a fierce battle. Looking at the battle, it was actually Zi Chen, who was in the intermediate level 7 stage, who had the upper hand. Everyone was paying attention to the battle. As for the injured, black-armored man, no one paid any attention to him. When he saw this scene, he planned to quietly escape. You want to leave before the show is over. A voice rang out behind him. He immediately turned around and saw that it was the early stage level 7 expert that Zi Chen had brought. Even if he was heavily injured, he still had a chance of winning against an early stage level 7 expert. Just as he was thinking about how to kill him in one move, he saw the other party slashing at him with a sword. The sword was not fast, but the man realized that he had nowhere to hide. It looked like a sword, but it sealed off all his escape routes. His expression changed drastically, and the word laws appeared in his mind. Only laws could have such means. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to instantly explode with power. But now he was heavily injured and had less than 20% of his power. There was no way he could dodge. Pooh! The sword light flashed, and the black-armored man's head fell to the ground. Xindao withdrew his sword and said coldly, "No wonder Zi Chen always uses a blade. So this is how it feels to cut people." Xindao had just finished off the black-armored man when he heard Fit's angry roar from the forest. "Zi Chen, let's die together." Fit's body glowed, and a powerful surge of power surged. He had completely fallen into madness, but Zi Chen only smiled mockingly. Using his extreme speed, the blade light brushed past Fit's body. Fit's glowing body flew into the distance, but his head flew high into the air. Pum! An ancient tree was smashed to pieces by Fit's glowing body, and his corpse exploded as well. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Zi Chen waved his hand, and a storage pouch flew high into the air, transforming into a beam of light that flew towards Zi Chen. After receiving the storage pouch, Zi Chen's expression froze for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile. So there was another storage pouch in the storage pouch. One belonged to Zi Chen, while the other belonged to Fit. The battle had ended, and everyone was still in a daze. 2 powerful 8-stage Taoists had died, just like that, and at the hands of a mid-stage 7-stage Taoist. They had originally thought that Wharton was the strongest in the group, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Facing Zi Chen, who could instantly kill a 7th-stage Taoist, no one chose to run. They all stood there uneasily. The one who had led the way at the beginning was so scared that his entire body was trembling. "Take back your weapons." Zi Chen walked towards the group and said indifferently. Those people hurriedly handed over the armor-piercing weapons in their hands, as if the things in their hands were hot potatoes. His gaze swept across the uneasy crowd, and Zi Chen said, "Those who want to come with me, once you've earned 100,000 spirit crystals, you can exchange them for an armor-piercing weapon. As for those who don't want to come with me, I won't make things difficult for you." The expressions of the group of 50 people constantly changed. Now, Take me to your alchemist." Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Zichen said indifferently. Everyone's hearts trembled, and there were some who had already fallen into despair. Originally, there were some who wanted to control the alchemist so that they could gather a group of people. Now that they heard Zichen's words, they knew that there was no hope. After that, everyone expressed their willingness to follow him, and then took Zichen to find the alchemist. It was said that there were 4 cultivators guarding the place. 3 of them were early-stage, 7th-stage Taoists, 1 late-stage, 7th-stage Taoists, and 3 early-stage, 7th-stage Taoists. They were very close to the 2 lords. Soon, the group of people arrived at the place where the alchemist was imprisoned. It was a hollowed-out area, and the alchemist was here. When Zichen brought the group in, they saw a frail youth squatting in front of a 1-meter-tall cauldron, diligently adding firewood. Next to him stood 3 early-stage, 7th-stage Taoists. If the youth's movements paused for even a moment, he would be met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Not far away, a middle-aged late-stage, 7th-stage Taoist was sitting cross-legged. Not only did he not ask about the youth's plight, he didn't even open his eyes when Zichen and the others arrived. Chapter 1630. Who are you people? You dare to come here? Do you want to die? Zichen's entrance was noticed by the 3 7th-tier Soul Kings. They shouted at Zichen. One of them said indifferently, "Viper, what are you waiting for? Kill them quickly." Viper was the middle-aged man beside him. Unfortunately, the latter's eyes were still closed, as if he was meditating. He didn't move at all. "Throw them out and kill them," Zichen said indifferently. If he wasn't wrong, these 3 were from the Long family. Wharton and the others came in and dragged the 3 out. The 3 tried to resist. One of them shouted, "Viper, you ingrate. Hurry up and kill them. Do you know that your actions today will incur the wrath of Master Fei?" Wharton grabbed one of them and said coldly, "Stop shouting. Fei is already waiting for you on the road to the underworld." "Master Fei is dead? How is that possible?" The 3's faces turned pale. They immediately lost the ability to resist. They saw many familiar faces come in and look at them coldly. If Master Fei hadn't died, they wouldn't have dared to look at them like that. Wharton dragged the 3 out. Soon, 3 screams came from outside. After the punches and kicks stopped, the young man slowly raised his head. But when he saw so many people, his eyes were filled with fear. Zichen squatted down in front of the young man and said, "Okay, it's safe here." The young man was confused. He clearly didn't understand what this meant. Zichen pointed at the cauldron in front of him and said, "Take your things and come with us." The young man looked around, still confused. Zichen's lips curled into a smile. He turned to look at the middle-aged man named Viper and asked indifferently, "Are you dead yet?" The middle-aged man, who hadn't moved until now, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and came to the young man's side. He said in a low voice, "This place has been taken. It's time to go." The young man understood. He extinguished the flames under the cauldron and lifted it up. With Viper in front and the young man behind, the 2 of them walked out. Zichen, on the other hand, squatted down and looked at the ashes on the ground, as well as the unburnt wood beside him. He turned around to look at the late-stage, 7th-tier martial artists and said, "This thing can condense spirit crystals. I don't read much, so don't lie to me." After witnessing Zichen's strength, who would dare to lie? One of them panicked and said, "Sir, it's absolutely true. The spirit crystals we're using are condensed by that little brat. It's just that he often slacks off and we don't have enough spirit crystals to supply him. That's why we beat him up." Although Zichen did not know much about alchemy, he had at least seen it before. Back then, when Cauldron Spirit displayed its prowess, it could refine hundreds of thousands of medicinal pellets in one go. But what was it that used? It was the earth fire, which could only be ignited under certain conditions. Even now, Cauldron Spirit still needed to absorb earth fire. I don't know. When we found him, he was already at the 5th tier. He must have suffered a serious injury. After a moment of hesitation, Ziqin picked up a few more pieces of wood and put them into his storage pouch. Then he stood up and walked out. Those who talked to Ziqin earlier were sweating profusely. Although Ziqin did not release any killing intent, they could still feel the aftershock of the battle. The young man and Viper had been waiting outside. Of course, Ziqin's men were still far away. They had nowhere to run. "My lord, where are we going now?" someone asked cautiously. "Back to the desert of death first," Ziqin said indifferently. "Ah." The person was startled. The expressions of the others also changed. "What are you all for?" "That is our base," a wounded cultivator said proudly. By now, Ziqin had recruited over 50 experts, an alchemist, and a strange viper. Suddenly, Ziqin recalled something and asked, "What's up with Viper?" "I don't know. I'm not sure. Back then, we caught the 2 of them and they didn't resist. They seemed to be together, but he didn't care when our men beat and kicked him. However, if we wanted to kill him, Viper would act." Once again, Master Fei was furious and wanted to kill the young man. Viper stood up at that time, but the 2 sides didn't fight. After staring at each other for a while, Master Fei left. After that, Lord Fei and Viper exchanged glances. Both the young man and Viper were puzzled. However, Ziqin did not mind. What he needed to think about now was how to settle these people down. After they successfully returned to the Desert of Death, Ziqin began a new round of exchange. When they heard Ziqin's exchange rate, the newcomers were all dumbfounded. This price was even cheaper than the price of the Imperial Sky City. After that, everyone took out their private stash and began to exchange with Ziqin. The storage pouch in Ziqin's hand was like some kind of magical treasure. It could store and take out anything. Viper and the young man stood in the distance and watched the exchange in a daze. They looked at the excited expressions on their faces. Viper suddenly said, "He has a lot of spirit crystals. He doesn't have to worry about resources. We are useless." The young man's blank expression changed. It seemed that this was the first time the 2 of them had encountered such a situation. "Then what should we do?" the young man asked. "I have no choice." After saying that, Viper closed his eyes. The young man's blank eyes were filled with confusion, helplessness, and even hesitation. In the past, when they were captured, the other party had taken a fancy to their abilities. However, it seemed different this time. From the beginning until now, the young leader had not spoken a single word to them. After the exchange, everyone's harvest was not enough to exchange for armor-piercing weapons. Therefore, some people immediately went out to hunt to earn enough spirit crystals. Some people directly entered the Desert of Death to hunt male scorpions. After that, Ziqin called Shuntian Dao and asked him to bring people into the Desert of Death. For the next period of time, dozens of them took turns to wait in the depths of the desert to welcome the arrival of others. The second round of summons was sent to Shuntian Prefecture. When Tang Nua saw the summons, his expression changed. After a while, the scholarly middle-aged man walked in. He looked at the silent Tang Nua and said, "Prefecture Lord, other than the summons, there is an additional message." "What message?" "From now on, send a group of people in every 2 months. The number of people cannot exceed 200. All of them must be elites." Tang Nua frowned slightly and said, "What is the meaning of this in the battlefield of despair?" "It shouldn't be to kill people. Last time, Meng Shi sent people into the Desert of Death. If he sends people to another place this time, it might prove that the Desert of Death is no longer that dangerous." The scholarly middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "If there is someone to receive them and they have enough spirit crystals, it won't be a problem to travel through the sky. Every time, there will be several hundred elites. This is not a small number. It will directly affect the future of Shuntian Prefecture. Go and ask about the specific situation. Now." "That's right. Now." The scholarly middle-aged man nodded and left the room. He stepped onto the teleportation array and headed for the Imperial Sky region. He saw Meng Shi in the same tavern. The latter was dozing off as if he was having a sweet dream. His saliva was dripping all over the counter. A light cough woke Meng Shi up. When the latter saw the scholarly middle-aged man, he said in a bad mood, "I thought someone was here to send me materials again. Why is it you?" "Prefecture, Lord, asked me to ask you what the current situation is in the battlefield of despair." The scholarly middle-aged man stared into Meng Shi's eyes and said, "I don't know." Meng Shi turned his head to the side, but his fingers were tapping on the counter. He muttered, "He really doesn't know what to do. Every time the Wang clan comes, they never come empty-handed." The scholarly middle-aged man was so angry that he laughed and scolded. "Old thing, if I go back this time, Tang Nua will come next. You should know his temper very well." Meng Shi curled his lips and said, "What? He dares to fight with me? Don't forget, I was the one who sent him into the battlefield of despair back then." The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and said, "You are a person of virtue and prestige. Of course, he can't fight with you. But, for example, he can tear down this tavern or snatch some other things. For example, some materials for refining emperor weapons." Meng Shi frowned and was somewhat displeased. His expression changed as he calculated the gains and losses. After a while, he said impatiently, "Go back and tell Tang Nua that his people won't die in vain. This time, the Shuntian prefecture will be credited. If things go smoothly, the Shuntian prefecture will be credited." The scholarly middle-aged man asked again, "Then where did they teleport to this time?" "It's still the Desert of Death. There's a little guy with the star illusion dragon spike occupying that place." The scholarly middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. After that, the two of them quarreled in the tavern. The two of them argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They were just short of resorting to violence. Unfair. When have I, Meng Shi, ever been unfair? If you want your people to live, then send a few more batches of people over. There will always be some who will live. Meng Shi's voice traveled very far, enough for some people to hear. The scholarly middle-aged man left in a huff. That night, someone came to pay Meng Shi a visit and gave him a lot of benefits. Meng Shi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I recently remembered a coordinate, and it just so happens that it's in the Desert of Death." The latter smiled and said that it was a pleasant cooperation. Then he left. Watching the other party leave, Meng Shi muttered, "The Wang clan is actually so concerned about the Shuntian prefecture. This is quite interesting." After the scholarly middle-aged man returned, the Shuntian prefecture sent out a call to gather the 7th layer geniuses from the 108 cities. This time, the Shuntian prefecture gathered 200 people. Among them were Shangguan Hong and Dongqing. The two of them chose to enter the battlefield of despair because they heard that Zi Chen was there. The 200 people gathered in the Shuntian prefecture and prepared to enter the Imperial Sky region. In the battlefield of despair, Zi Chen took out 500 bottles of spirit liquid and handed them to the youth. He said, "Next, it's up to your value. Condense the spirit crystals. What else do you need?" "No need. I'll go look for it." Viper opened his mouth and walked into the secluded forest. After a while, he came back with some tree branches and placed them beside the youth. "Do you need a place to hide?" Zi Chen asked. The youth shook his head and immediately started to condense the spirit crystals. Chapter 1631. Zi Chen had absolute trust in the cauldron spirit. Naturally, he trusted the cauldron spirit this time as well. However, the youngster's skills were witnessed by dozens of people. The youngster was indeed able to refine spiritual crystals with firewood. Zi Chen wanted to observe the refining process. Perhaps he could discover something. With Zi Chen at the side, the youngster and Viper did not speak much. The youngster picked up a tree segment, and the tree segment spontaneously combusted. The youngster then placed the tree segment under the cauldron. The second and third tree segments were placed under the cauldron one after another. The flames burned fiercely. Zichen spread out his spiritual senses and carefully observed the youngster and the cauldron's every move. Suddenly, flames emerged from the cauldron. It was as though a restriction had been triggered. Scorching heat spread out from the cauldron. The fact that Zichen could feel scorching heat from the cauldron showed that the flames in the cauldron were no ordinary flames. Zichen suddenly realized that the cauldron was the key to the condensation process. The youngster raised his hand and threw all 500 portions of tree sap into the cauldron. Afterward, the youngster did not use any special technique but continued to add fire to the cauldron. The temperature of the flames under the cauldron was not high. However, the temperature inside the cauldron grew hotter and hotter. Zichen felt as though he was being roasted. Seeing the changes in the cauldron, Zichen's expression finally changed. Clearly, this was a genuine treasure that had long been completely integrated with the edict of this world. "What's your name?" asked Zichen. "Shomu," replied the youngster. "This cauldron is not bad," said Zichen. Shomu calmly replied, "It is not bad. However, I am the only one who can use it. Many people have tried and failed." Zichen understood what Shomu meant. Shomu was saying that if he were to kill him, the cauldron would be useless. "Zichen, don't be fooled by appearances. Look again," the cauldron spirit's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. "Look at what?" Zichen was puzzled. "Look at that youngster." Zichen looked at the youngster, but could not detect any problem at all. Feeling helpless, Zichen asked, "Why are you only at the 5th stage of cultivation?" "Seriously injured, and my cultivation level dropped." The young man's voice was still calm. During this time, Zichen's spiritual senses had been probing the young man's body, but he didn't find anything unusual. "Let me out," Cauldron Spirit said again. "Your cauldron is pretty good. Coincidentally, I also have one." With that, Zichen took out a pill cauldron from his storage bag. Whether it was Viper or the youth, neither of them looked at the everlasting pill cauldron. But in the next moment, their expressions changed as they turned to look at the cauldron. It was a small cauldron the size of a palm. It was very simple and unadorned. Some lifelike beast carvings were carved on it. The beast carvings looked sinister, terrifying, and dignified. Besides this, there was nothing special about the tiny cauldron. However, the two of them clearly felt a dangerous aura from the small cauldron earlier. As if it was an illusion, the young man continued to add more firewood, and Viper closed his eyes again. An old man stood on top of the cauldron, an old man that only Zichen could see. After appearing, Cauldron Spirit took a glance at the medicinal cauldron before his gaze fell on the young man. His gaze became deep as though he could see through the young man. Cauldron Spirit did not take the initiative to speak, and Zichen did not speak either. The others knew that they shouldn't disturb the pharmacist, and therefore, they were all busy at a distance. Time flew by. Very soon, a day had passed. The spiritual crystal had yet to be condensed. This speed was much slower than that of Cauldron Spirit. Zichen couldn't help but feel disappointed. Cauldron Spirit's gaze was still fixed on the young man. He did not say a single word, but his expression gradually turned puzzled. Soon the second day passed. The puzzled expression on Cauldron Spirit's face disappeared. On this day, the spiritual crystal had yet to be condensed. On the third day, the young man's face was filled with joy. He had finally condensed the spiritual crystal. Cauldron Spirit, who was deep in thought, immediately came to a realization. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Elder has made a discovery. I have made a major discovery." The conversation between the two was not heard by the young man and Viper. For the past 3 days, the young man had been feeling uncomfortable. This feeling originated from the small cauldron beside Zichen. Even though the spiritual crystal had been successfully condensed, that uncomfortable feeling was still there. The flames in the cauldron gradually extinguished. Rays of radiance were emitted from the cauldron and finally fell into the young man's hand. 500 portions of tree sap had actually condensed a total of 150 spiritual crystals. This kind of technique was second only to cauldron spirit. Zichen was very surprised by this result. The only thing that he felt was that the young man's condensing speed was too slow. After handing over the spiritual crystal to Zichen, the young man appeared to be rather weak. However, he still asked, "Do you have any more?" Looking at the weak young man, Zichen seemed to have understood the reason why the young man's realm dropped. Perhaps it wasn't because he was seriously injured, but because the continuous condensing had consumed too much spiritual energy. Just as Zichen was about to shake his head and tell the young man to take a rest, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded again. "Zichen, don't be fooled by appearances." "What do you mean?" Zichen was very puzzled. "There is something strange about this young man. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be as weak as he appears. He has been condensing for 3 days straight, and yet he hasn't consumed any spiritual energy at all. How is that possible? He is just a human, not a senior." Zichen was very astonished. "Of course he isn't me because I don't have his techniques." Zichen couldn't help but force a smile. "Say, senior, can you please finish your sentence in one go? What is so special about him?" Cauldron Spirit's gaze was fixed on the young man. He said with a serious face, "If it were me, I would only be able to condense one spiritual crystal from 25 portions of tree sap at most. But if this young man wants to, he can condense one spiritual crystal from 1 portion of tree sap. How is that possible?" Zichen lost his composure and shouted. The young man looked at Zichen, who had suddenly lost his composure. That was because Zichen had shouted the last sentence out loud. "Perhaps I am not as good as you in terms of martial strength and realm, but when it comes to knowledge in medicine refinement, there is no one in the entire Jianwu continent who can compare to me," Cauldron Spirit said confidently. Zichen believed in this. As Cauldron Spirit, who had existed since the beginning of time, his knowledge in medicine refinement was unparalleled. It was obvious that there was something wrong with this young man, something very wrong. "You too follow me." Zichen stood up and walked towards the secluded woods. The young man was puzzled, but he still carried Cauldron Spirit and followed behind Zichen. Viper opened his eyes. A trace of worry flashed through his eyes. There was also a gush of cold, murderous intent. Zichen moved forward. He unsheathed the black saber and cut down small trees one after another. Such a sharp saber caused the duo's expression to change slightly. Soon they arrived at the area of trees. Zichen sheathed his saber, took out his dragon soul spear, and infused a trace of energy into it. Thump! Thump! 2 sounds suddenly came from behind. Zichen turned around and saw the young man and Viper collapsed on the ground. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What happened? Zichen looked at the duo in puzzlement. "Nothing." Viper shook his head and pulled the young man up. The young man picked up the cauldron again. His eyes had turned blank. Zichen no longer paid attention to the duo. He continued to attack with his spear. After that, the trees withered before the duo's eyes. The vitality in them was gone. Although the duo's expressions did not change, their emotions fluctuated greatly. They could not control the energy in their bodies well, causing it to fluctuate constantly. After a few miles, they cleared out a spacious area. Zichen looked at the duo and said, "Tell me, who are you two?" The young man looked at Zichen blankly. He did not seem to understand. Viper said, "We are from the Azure Sky region." "Then why are you here?" "We are here for an adventure. We even went to the Xintian region." Viper's answer was flawless. Zichen pointed at the cauldron and said, "Then what's going on here?" "We found it by accident. That's why we left the Azure Sky region." Zichen shook his head and said, "This answer is not enough to convince me. Let's do it this way. According to the rules, I won't ask about your origins. Now, tell me what you can do for me. I can refine spirit crystals. If we have enough materials, we can also condense special weapons. Normally, this was the most valuable thing for other humans, because if they controlled him, they would have an endless supply of spirit crystals. In this world, spirit crystals represented wealth. However, Zichen did not care at all. Instead, he sneered and said, just like before, you took 3 days to refine 150 spirit crystals. Then you pretended to be weak. Speaking of which, you disappointed me. I thought you delayed for 3 days to give me a surprise. You can condense 500 spirit crystals. 1 drop for 1 spirit crystal? How is that possible? Even God can't do it, Viper said in shock. Zichen pointed at the young man and said coldly, of course God can't, but he can. I don't care about spirit crystals or special weapons. Don't compare me with other humans. Now, tell me your true value. Otherwise, you two will stay here forever. You want to kill us. Viper's eyes flashed coldly. Zichen said indifferently, you can resist. Viper was enraged. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet and a violent aura surged around him. Zichen stood with his spear and looked at Viper coldly. The violent strength that this guy was displaying now was not weak even against a level 8. However, he was willing to follow Faye and watch the young man get beaten up. There was a big problem here. However, even if Viper looked very dangerous, Zichen was not afraid. His eyes were cold. He held the spear tightly, and the tip of the spear flashed coldly. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the young man suddenly pulled Viper back. His expression was no longer blank, and his eyes were bright. He looked at Zichen and asked, is there a dragon's soul hidden in your spear? My dragon's soul has never appeared. You can actually sense it. There is indeed a problem. Zichen said coldly. Your dragon's soul has the ability to devour. The young man's voice trembled. That's right. Zichen answered this time. Chapter 1632. Indigenous People. Zichen couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. One had to know that this world had long been invaded by outsiders. It was said that all the humans among the original inhabitants had been wiped out, and only some other races had survived. For example, the various creatures in the Death Desert, the strange trees in the secluded forest, and the exotic beasts in the Blackstone Mountains. But now, the youth actually said that he was an indigenous person. This greatly shocked Zichen. There are still indigenous people in this world. Zichen asked in surprise. There are still some, but there aren't many of them. Under normal circumstances, the indigenous people hide in some small worlds. It's very difficult for you invaders to detect them, the youth said. To them, all outsiders were invaders. Then why did you leave the small world and come to this dilapidated world? Zichen asked again. A hint of sadness flashed in the youth's eyes. He shook his head and said, that's a long story. I think we should talk about the value first. Guarding the tomb can make you stronger and even return to your peak strength. The last sentence was said very solemnly by the youth Shomu. Beside him, Viper looked worried. But since things had come to this, he could only take 1 step at a time. Fortunately, he closed his eyes. Return to my peak? What do you mean? Zichen looked at Shomu in confusion. Whether it's you or the outsiders you mentioned, in our eyes, they are all invaders. The humans of the Zhanwu continent belong to the later invaders. When you came, this world was already on the verge of destruction, so you can't be considered invaders in the strict sense. However, the outsiders you mentioned directly caused the destruction of this world. They are the real invaders and have been marked by this world with a curse mark. Curse mark. This was the first time Zichen had heard such a thing. That's one way to put it. There's another way that you all agree with, which is the suppression of the rules. Once you enter this world, whether it's you or the other races, your combat power will be greatly reduced. You won't be able to integrate with the rules and use the rules. Naturally, you won't be able to display your peak combat power. If it were other races that were directly marked, I wouldn't be able to break this curse. However, you all are latecomers. Strictly speaking, you didn't suffer from the direct curse of this world. Of course, breaking the curse doesn't give you the peak combat strength you once had. In fact, when you came to this world, your strength has been suppressed to the limit. The current you is actually the real you. Zichen could understand this explanation. It's like a mass of energy. In other people's abdomen, it may be 100%, but in Heaven's Way and Fortune Teller, it may only be 40% or 40%, and in this world, it may only be 30%. This is completely related to one's physique and cultivation method. There is no doubt that the less it is, the more extreme the compression, and the stronger the combat strength. In this world, everyone is equivalent to a crystal stone that has been completely refined to the extreme. If they want to return to their original size, they need to increase their volume, not change their environment. So, you have a way to let me return to my peak step by step? Zichen asked. Shomu was surprised that Zichen could immediately understand his words and nodded. It's like a piece of 1 meter size fine iron, which has been refined to the limit in the Jianwu continent, but in the battlefield of despair, because of the environmental rules here, it immediately shrank 10 times. To make the fine iron become 1 meter in size again, it's not to take the iron back to the Jianwu continent, but to let it grow in size in the battlefield of despair. Once it reaches the same size, when it returns to the Jianwu continent, the iron can erupt to a size of 10 meters. This youth is equivalent to giving Zichen a chance to improve himself, which is equivalent to a great opportunity. Zichen was not blinded by this temptation, but asked, "What do I need to pay?" If you want to get something, you need to pay something. This is the rule of this world. I hope that when you return to your peak, you can take this weapon back to the small world I'm in and help me solve a problem. Of course, whether you go or not is entirely up to you. However, I will still give you what I promised you. Zichen glanced at Shomu, pondered for a moment, and said, "Well, although I don't know what kind of trouble it is, I can only promise to do my best." Shomu smiled and said, "It's enough to have Sir's words. What do you plan to do next?" Zichen went straight to the point. After pondering for a moment, Shomu said, "I need 3 days, oh no, 5 days, 7 days, 7 days to condense a devouring God seal, and then open your perception of yourself." Devouring God seal, what is that? Zichen asked. A magical thing that can quickly increase one's combat strength. Do you need help? No, sir, you can come here again in 7 days. Obviously, these words were already suspected of driving him away. Zichen nodded, turned around and left. After Zichen left, Viper still had his eyes closed, and Shomu was still deep in thought. After a while, Viper opened his eyes and said, "You believe him?" Shomu smiled bitterly and said, "I have to believe that this is an opportunity. You forgot why we were displaced. I have no choice. You can keep your trump card." Shomu shook his head and said, "No, I think this is the only chance. I have to gamble again." Viper suddenly smiled and said, "Seems like we have a good chance of winning. There is no one around to guard us. If you want, we can leave right now." "I don't want to leave yet. Come, Viper, I need your help." I have a hunch that this intruder called Zichen is very extraordinary. Zichen walked out of the secluded forest. Speaking of which, meeting Shomu was a pleasant surprise. However, the main reason why Shomu was able to reveal his trump card so quickly was because of Cauldron Spirit and the Dragon Soul Spear. "Trust him," Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded. "It doesn't matter if we trust him or not," replied Zichen. Indeed, even if Shomu and Viper were to leave, Zichen would not lose anything. As for whether or not Shomu would tamper with the Devouring God seal, that would have to wait until he saw the seal. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zichen once again entered the secluded forest. At the same time, Shantian was patrolling the desert of death. This was something that Zichen had instructed them to do. It was said that newcomers would arrive during this period. All of a sudden, a tremor sounded from the depths of the desert. A mysterious energy descended upon the battlefield of despair. It's the energy fluctuation of a transportation matrix. Shantian looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation and transformed into a streak of light that flew forward at top speed. Having learned his lesson, he knew that if he was late by even one step, many humans might die. After vaguely learning about Zichen's plan, every single person who came to this place was of utmost importance to Zichen. Shantian, who was advancing at top speed, even borrowed a trace of heavenly energy to transform his body into a streak of light. At this moment, if Zichen were here, he would certainly be astonished by Xuantian's speed. Xuantian's early-stage speed actually surpassed that of Zichen's mid-stage speed. When Shantian arrived at the location of the transportation matrix, he happened to see that the defensive light shields around the crowd had disappeared. Therefore, he shouted from a distance, "There is danger in the desert. All of you, take to the air." Xuantian's voice was very clear. After hearing his words, the crowd of over 200 people instinctively took to the air. Under normal circumstances, the twin scorpions would not immediately attack. Therefore, the crowd was temporarily safe. However, after taking to the air, they were constantly crying out in alarm as their energy was being depleted. Shantian. At the same time, there was a shout from the crowd. It turned out that someone in the group recognized this person from Shantian City. Shantian came to the front of the crowd. After counting the number of people in an instant, he shook his hand and threw out 200 spirit crystals. The crowd almost reflexively caught one. Be a little taller. When your energy is almost depleted, absorb the spirit crystals to replenish your energy, Shantian instructed. The crowd nodded. All right, follow me. Shantian turned around and prepared to leave with the crowd. Shantian. A clear voice rang out. Shantian turned around and saw two people coming out of the crowd. It was Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing from Huping City. He said in surprise, "Why are you guys here?" "Is Zichen here?" The two of them looked at Shantian nervously. "That's right. He's just outside. You'll see him later." Shantian nodded. The two became even more excited. Next, the crowd flew in the air. The next moment, they saw the yellow sand tumbling down below. One by one, giant scorpions appeared. Looking at the seemingly endless number of giant scorpions, the crowd's expression changed. These things can attack the soul. Everyone, fly higher. Shantian shouted. Just as the crowd was moving forward, more people came to support them. After each of them refined 2 spirit crystals, they successfully reached the edge of the death desert. This time no one died. As soon as they landed, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing looked at the crowd. However, they were disappointed to find that Zichen was nowhere to be seen. Man Shi and Wu Xie went forward. After seeing Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing, Man Shi laughed and joked, "Are you disappointed?" "Where's Zichen?" Shang Guanhong asked. Man Shi pointed at the forest. He went inside. "Let's go find him." The two said and walked into the forest. Man Shi's expression changed drastically. He quickly stopped the two and said loudly, "Are you crazy? That's the forest. It's very dangerous. Even I don't dare to go in." After that, Man Shi explained to the two. The two's pretty faces instantly turned pale. In another place, the fortune teller looked at the 4 people who were talking and said with an evil smile, "Oh, 2 competitors have come." Next to fortune teller was Jean Qingqing in golden clothes. Hearing this, she glared at fortune teller and then walked toward the 2 girls with a smile. Fortune teller sighed. "Sigh, women are really strange creatures. Maybe they hate to death in their hearts, but on the surface, they are so close. Zi-Chin didn't know about the arrival of the two girls. He directly entered the forest. Viper and Shomu didn't run away. They were still here. When he arrived, Zi-Chin saw Viper sitting there with his eyes closed as usual. Chapter 1633. Originally, Shomu's cultivation realm was at the 5th stage, which was 2 stages lower than normal. This was already suspicious, but now Shomu was lying there very weakly. As for the aura surging around him, it was actually not even at the 1st stage. It was barely comparable to someone who had just entered the domain realm. In just 7 days, he had actually fallen to the 5th stage. "What's going on?" asked Zi-Chan with a frown. Shomu opened his eyes. This time, he appeared very weak and tired. When he saw Zi-Chen's expression, he smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just the price of condensing the devouring God seal." As he said that, Shomu stretched out his hand, and a bright ball of light appeared in his hand. Zi-Chen focused his eyes and saw a rune within the ball of light. It was just a rune, but it seemed to be able to connect the entire heaven and earth. As the ball of light appeared, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth became active. "This is the devouring God seal?" asked Zi-Chin as he looked at the ball of light. Shomu nodded. "How do I use it?" asked Zi-Chin in a deep voice. There was no joy on his face. Shomu said weakly, "It is imprinted between your eyebrows. Next, you have to carefully comprehend it. When you have thoroughly comprehended the devouring God seal, you will understand how to improve yourself." Zi-Chen looked at Shomu and did not take the divine seal. Shomu didn't care and said again, "Don't worry. I won't play any tricks on this. My realm has fallen. Before I return, my realm can't be restored. If I tamper with the God seal, I will only harm myself. You can sense it. There is only my power in the God seal, not Viper's." Zi-Chen took the divine seal and said, "I hope so. All right, you two go out and rest. Also, call Xindao, fortune teller, Wu Xia, and Manshur. I want them to protect me." Shomu nodded again. At this moment, Viper opened his eyes and stood up. He supported Shomu and walked outside. After watching the two leave, Zi-Chin took out the divine seal. At the same time, he summoned Cauldron's spirit to carefully examine the divine seal. "He still doesn't trust you," said Viper in the secluded forest. "This is a necessary precaution. I would have done the same if I were him." After speaking, Shomu closed his eyes. In a short 7 days, he had fallen by 5 realms. His loss could be said to be enormous. And this time, Shomu had bet all his assets. If he couldn't win, then he wouldn't have the capital to gamble anymore. Cauldron's spirit examined the divine seal for a moment before he said, "It's a very peculiar mark that resonates with this heaven and earth. It seems that what that little fella said was true. Can it be mass-produced?" Zi-Chin asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Cauldron's spirit shook his head and said, "It is a kind of peculiar energy that condenses this divine seal. This is the key to the seal. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the 5th stage of that little guy's cultivation realm. In other words, every stroke is heavy. Condensing the divine seal required a total of 5 strokes, but Shomu lost 5 layers of cultivation." Cauldron's spirit sighed and said, "This is going to be difficult, let alone the fact that we can't find the next native. Even if we could, I wouldn't be able to extract his vitality." Zi-Chin nodded. He finally understood how precious this thing was. Shomu and Viper walked out of the secluded forest. During this period of time, those saplings seemed to have entered a dormant state and did not launch an attack at all. Shomu was very weak and needed to rest. Viper said in a stupefied manner, "Obedient Way, fortune teller, Manshur, Wu Xia, his lordship has asked you to enter." The party was chatting when Shang Guanhong heard Viper's words. She asked puzzledly which lordship. Manshur smilingly replied, "Of course it's Lord Zi-Chin. He's our leader." "Then I'll go with you." Shang Guanhong immediately said. Wu Xia forced a smile and said, Don't. This secluded forest is very dangerous. The reason why Ziqin asked the four of us to enter is because he is worried that we will be in danger if we go in alone. That place is very dangerous. It's far more dangerous than you can imagine. The party of four walked towards the secluded forest with weapons in hand. Just as they arrived at the edge of the forest, a battle broke out. Soon after, the party of four disappeared into the forest. Hearing the commotion, Ziqin purposely went out to receive the party of four before returning to the safe zone. Why are you looking for us? Man Sure asked as soon as he entered. I want to refine something. I need you to protect me. The party of four nodded. Ziqin didn't explain further. He sat down cross-legged, took out the divine seal, and placed it between his eyebrows. The divine seal immediately fused into the space between his eyebrows and entered Ziqin's sea of consciousness. Soon after, Ziqin saw a vast world. In this world, there were all kinds of colorful lights, and these lights were the power of the rules. It was just like the power of the rules that Ziqin saw when he broke through. However, at this moment, these powers were clearer. At this moment, under the attention of the four of them, Ziqin's entire body was glowing. It was a blazing light. Standing beside Ziqin, under the cover of this light, the four of them also became sensitive. The power of the rules that were originally difficult to sense also became clear at this moment. In front of Ziqin's eyes, there was a vast sea of rules. In an instant, it was as if he had seen the sea of origin of the world. As the divine seal fused into the space between his eyebrows, the light gradually converged and finally disappeared. At this moment, Ziqin's perception obviously changed. It was as if the oppressive rules had disappeared, or he had gained the recognition of this world. As Ziqin's perception sharpened, the light around Ziqin's body gradually converged and finally disappeared without a trace. Next, it was time to quietly comprehend the magic of the devouring divine seal. Ziqin, who was sitting cross-legged, didn't move at all. He sat there for a whole month. During this month, the Dark Mantle members who didn't see Ziqin took the initiative to take on the task of leading the newcomers. Although they didn't know Ziqin's plan, they could vaguely guess that Ziqin's time was extremely precious. Of course, all the spiritual crystals and other resources consumed during this period would be recorded in the account and handed over to Ziqin to settle. It was time for the transaction again. Old man Shankar had been here for a few days. While waiting for Ziqin to come out, he had been sizing up these people. Speaking of which, he was still surprised for a long time when he saw Shoumu, who was not even at first stage domain. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing hadn't seen Ziqin for more than a month since they came here. They seemed to be absent-minded, which led to them owing a lot of debts. Finally, there was some movement in the secluded forest. Trees fell down one after another. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Ziqin and the other four walked out of the secluded forest, talking and laughing. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Ziqin, especially some of the newcomers. They all wanted to meet this legendary leader. It only took him a month to refine the devouring divine seal. Shoumu and Viper looked at Ziqin in amazement. It should be noted that the existence back then had used a full 3 months. Good boy, you finally came out. I thought you had died in there. Old man Shankar walked towards Ziqin with a smile. At the same time, the Dark Mantle and the others also came to Ziqin to report on the situation over the past month. The people he had subdued also came forward, obviously waiting for the transaction. In an instant, Ziqin was surrounded by people. This made it impossible for Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing to go forward, so they could only stand in the distance angrily. Disperse, we will do the transaction later. Ziqin waved his hand and then walked away with old man Shankar. Little Ziqin, what's the matter with that little guy in your team who has just entered the domain realm? Old man Shankar asked as the two walked forward. His realm dropped due to serious injuries. Ziqin said, Bullsh *T. In the battlefield of despair, there is no such thing as a realm drop due to serious injuries. Old man Schenker refuted directly. Ziqin smiled mysteriously and said, That's a secret. Seeing that Ziqin didn't want to say more, Old man Schenker didn't ask any more, but said to himself, This world doesn't belong to us, nor does it belong to other races. To be precise, this world hasn't been completely occupied. There's still some native humans alive. In their eyes, we are all invaders, aliens. They only have endless hatred for us. If possible, they would kill all invaders. Old man Schenker looked at Ziqin meaningfully and said, It's fine if you don't encounter them, but if you are lucky enough to encounter them, you have to be more careful, lest you fall into their trap. In the end, you won't even know how you died. Ziqin nodded solemnly and remembered these words in his heart. Then he said, All right, what did you bring this time? As per your instructions, 7 hearts, refined weapons without special effects, some defensive equipment, and, of course, some things that little girl needs. After saying that, Old man Schenker took out a storage pouch. Every time he came, he would specially bring some things for Jean Qingqing. These items were personally custom-made by Jean Qingqing and were very expensive. Ziqin added, The plan has already begun. Let's make it clear in advance. These things are all half price. Old man Schenker laughed and scolded. Stinking brat, are you afraid that this old man will cheat you? After finishing the transaction with Old man Schenker and seeing him off, Ziqin returned to the rendezvous point and started another transaction. This time, not only did the party want to exchange for spirit crystals, they also wanted to exchange for some principal crystals. More than 100 people wanted to exchange for them. Furthermore, Cauldron's spirit hadn't been working for the past month, so Ziqin had deliberately limited the number of transactions. More than 100 people wanted to exchange for principal crystals. Although there was no need to haggle, it still took quite a long time. As soon as the transaction was completed, Dark Mantle walked up and took out a bill. There were clearly some debts recorded on the bill. As for the profits, there was no tally yet. Tally up the profits as well. Then, find me 30 people to take care of them. Due to the early arrival of these people, Ziqin's plan was completely disrupted. His original plan was to have all 50 or so of them break through. It seemed that the breakthrough would have to be delayed. Dark Mantle nodded and went to take care of these matters. Ziqin, on the other hand, was thinking about other things. Suddenly, Ziqin saw 2 familiar figures appear in front of him. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing looked at Ziqin with nervous and excited expressions. Chapter 1634. The 2 of them had waited for a long time, and it was finally their turn. They were originally filled with excitement and anticipation for this meeting, but who knew that Ziqin's low self-mockery would make the 2 of them stand there in a daze. Seeing their changing expressions, Ziqin immediately reacted and said in surprise, You 2 are here too. Then, under everyone's gaze, the 2 women pounced on Ziqin, one on the left and one on the right. There were envious and jealous gazes all around, and some people subconsciously looked at Jean Qingqing. The latter's expression did not change, and there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. No one knew what she was thinking. Obviously, the 2 women were more direct than Jean Qingqing's usual teasing words. Sure enough, Ziqin recalled the debt that he had just seen. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing's names were on it. There were 2 groups of people who had come one after another. Almost all the people who had trained together in the Manor Realm had come. Because they had fought together before, everyone could quickly establish a new trust. There was not much time left for Ziqin. The joy of meeting only lasted for a day. The next day, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing continued to familiarize themselves with the world, and Ziqin still had many things to deal with. The next day, Ziqin was alone with Shoumu. You succeeded. Shomu was the first to speak. Zichen nodded and then smiled bitterly. I thought that I had grown enough, but I didn't expect that I was still far from it. Shomu shook his head and said, It's not that you're not good, but that you've taken the wrong path. Zichen nodded again. Suddenly, he looked at Shomu in confusion and asked, Do you have a way? There are some ways, but I can't give them to you now, Shomu said truthfully. Why? Isn't it good to have more people? I can only bring one person back. Zichen still did not give up and asked directly, What price do I have to pay? Shomu was silent. Zichen was relieved. He did not even pay the price of the devouring god seal, so there was no need to talk about the second price. After refining the devouring god seal, Zichen could clearly sense the difference between his current strength and his previous strength. Ignoring everything else, just take his body as an example. When he entered the Jianwu continent, Zichen already had a perfect body. After arriving at the Jianwu continent, he cultivated the 9 astral lightning king body, making his body extremely powerful. However, in this place, his powerful physical body was almost completely suppressed. The blood in his body was no longer golden, but pure red. Just in terms of physical strength, Zichen had a long way to go. When are you going to leave? Shuki asked again. Let's go. Zichen looked at Shuki in surprise. Shomu smiled and said, I made the devouring god seal. Of course, I know what it does. By the way, no matter what you devour, it won't be as fast as devouring aliens. Zichen knew this very well. Furthermore, he suspected that the goal of the devouring god seal was to kill more aliens. As though he knew what Zichen was worried about, Shomu said directly, You don't have to worry about anything here. I can condense spirit crystals. It's completely efficient. Apart from that, I can also condense some special weapons. Of course, it will take a long time. Furthermore, I can't mass produce them. Zichen thought for a moment and said, Let's refine some spirit crystals and some healing medicine first. As for special weapons, I'll distribute them when the time comes. By the way, you can refine law chips. Of course, I guarantee the only effect. Shomu looked confident. All right, this is for you. You'll be in charge of trading with them in the future. Zichen handed Shomu a storage bag. Shomu, who had passed through several areas, naturally knew the value of a storage bag. Seeing Zichen easily give him one, his eyes were filled with surprise. Trust is mutual. Zichen smiled and left without looking back. A moment later, Zichen's voice sounded. Tell them that I'm going out to train and will be back in 2 months. I'll definitely pass on the message, Shomu replied. Not long after Zichen left, Viper arrived. When he saw the storage bag in Shomu's hand, he said meaningfully, This is a good start. Shomu nodded and said, Not bad. Trust is mutual. It seems that I need to earn more spirit crystals for Zichen. He doesn't seem to care much about these external things, Viper said. Shomu smiled and said, Of course he doesn't care, but his expenses will increase next. Of course he needs to earn some. Viper was puzzled. What do you mean? An unfathomable smile appeared on Shomu's face. Do you think that the 2 women from yesterday will work hard to repay the bill? Viper suddenly said, The girl in the golden dress seems to have been in debt. I heard that she already owes a lot. If those 2 have the same idea, then Zichen really needs to earn some spirit crystals. Smart. Guardian Tree walked out of the gathering point. Viper watched his straight back as he walked. For a moment, it was as if he could see the 2 of them in high spirits when they first came out. But as time passed, their fighting spirit gradually faded away. In the end, they lived a muddle-headed life. And now, the former Shomu had returned. It seemed that he saw true hope from Zichen. Viper's mood improved a lot because of this. He smiled proudly and said, Of course I'm smart. In fact, I'm smarter than Zichen. I've seen through women long ago. That's why I've never looked for women. My awareness is high, and I can see further. Zichen went around the secluded forest and headed straight for the Dax Plains. His next goal was to hunt down the outsiders. As he passed by a forest, something suddenly shot out and shot straight at Zichen. A murderous aura filled the surroundings. Roar. When the thing got close, a deafening roar could be heard. Whoosh! Zichen tapped his foot against the ground and dodged the attack. At the same time, he slapped out with his palm towards the creature's head. A heavy object fell to the ground. It was a black tiger, and Zichen had knocked it unconscious. Gazing at the unconscious black tiger, Zichen's palm formed a 5-stroke seal. Rays of light shot out from the seal, enveloping the black tiger. In the next moment, the black tiger's enormous body visibly shriveled up. Rays of energy were absorbed by the divine seal through the light. After the black tiger's body completely shriveled up, its body exploded into nothingness. All of the black tiger's energy entered Zichen's body and was absorbed by his body. This was Zichen's first step. First, he had to let his perfect body recover. The devouring divine seal was a product of the laws, so it was more thorough in refining things. Each time, there wasn't much pure energy left. The energy of a single black tiger wasn't enough to awaken Zichen's perfect body. It only strengthened Zichen's body slightly. Because they hadn't been attacked by humans for almost a year, the alien races in the Dax Plains became active again. Like humans, they were hunting exotic beasts. Zichen soon encountered a Dax alien. Moreover, it was a mid-7th stage divine emperor. When the latter saw Zichen, his pupils shrank slightly. The two instantly clashed, killing each other with a single blow. The divine seal once again appeared on the alien's palm. The energy in the dead alien's body began to rapidly drain away. Even his heart, which stored his energy, began to wither. When all of his energy was gone, his body exploded into nothingness. After absorbing and refining this energy, specks of golden light finally appeared in Zichen's dark red blood. This was the beginning of his perfect body. Seeing these specks of golden light, Zichen was pleasantly surprised. What followed next was endless slaughter. Of course, during this slaughter, Zichen still took the time to have the cauldron spirit condense some armor-piercing weapons. A hunting squad appeared in his line of sight. The leader was a late-stage, 7th-stage alien. Without saying a word, Zichen raised his blade and charged forward. When the aliens saw the humans, they all roared and charged at Zichen. As the saber light flashed, one foreign being after another fell, until the last foreign being was dead. There were a total of 9 aliens, and Zichen struck a total of 9 times. After extracting all of their energy, Zichen once again used his perfect body to condense this energy. This was his first month in the Dax Plains. At this moment, more than half of Zichen's blood had turned gold. Although it was light gold, he wasn't far from fully awakening his perfect body. After a month, it was time for Old Man Schenker to come again. At the same time, it was time for the second batch of 200 humans to arrive. Zichen didn't return, so Shuki replaced Zichen. After announcing this to the waiting crowd, everyone looked at Shuki strangely, especially the more than 50 people who knew of Shuki's existence. They couldn't understand why Zichen trusted this guy so much. They had only known him for 2 months, but he was already putting him in an important position. "You can represent Zichen," said a clear voice. Shuki looked at the woman who spoke and nodded. "All right, I need 2 storage pouches," said the woman directly. Beside her, Dong Qing tugged at the corner of Shang Guanhong's clothes and whispered, "One is enough. We can use both of them." Shang Guanhong said, "How can one be enough? I want 2. Also, I need some special defensive equipment. 7 to 8 pairs of boots with different colors. Defensive earrings." Shang Guanhong listed out the items she needed. Everyone looked at each other, because this was an unimaginable number of spirit crystals. Viper, on the other hand, was hiding in a corner, secretly proud of his own cleverness. Shang Guanhong finally finished reporting what she wanted, and then looked at Shuki. In the face of such a huge number, the latter didn't feel any pressure. He just nodded and said, "Okay, no problem. I'll send them to you next month." Shang Guanhong snorted proudly, like a victorious little hen, holding her head high. Others, such as Fortune Teller and the others, hid at the side and laughed secretly. Sure enough, where there are people, there will be Jianghu, and where there are women, there will be war, even if the war is invisible. Next, Shuki made a deal with Old Man Shenker, and at the same time, reported all the things he needed to the other party. Hearing these miscellaneous things, Old Man Shenker was stunned for a long time. Soon, the second month passed, and the blood in Zi Chen's body finally turned completely golden. The perfect body was stimulated at this point. The blood flowed in his body, and golden light flowed along the blood to all parts of his body. The golden blood surged with a thunderous sound. Chapter 1635. The perfect body was stimulated again. The blood in Zi Chen's body flowed with rumbling sounds. Wave after wave of bloodline power spread to every part of his body. The golden power seeped into his bones through his blood. Zi Chen's bones turned golden again and entered his meridians. Zi Chen's meridians became extremely wide and tough as Zi Chen fully activated his perfect body. A powerful pressure appeared. This was a perfect body, a true perfect body. All cultivators who came to this world had taken the wrong path. They shouldn't have tried to comprehend the laws first. Instead, they should have strengthened their bodies first. Unfortunately, even though Zi Chen had already understood this principle, without the devouring God seal, Zi Chen still couldn't find a way to strengthen himself despite knowing that his body was a weakness. Cultivation techniques were also very important. The perfect body had already been activated. It would still take some time for the golden power to completely spread throughout his body and cause his body to transform. During this period of time, Zi Chen happened to need to return to the gathering place. He's there. Quickly go over. Don't let him escape. In the past 2 months, he had killed more than 1,000 aliens. Although he hadn't seen any corpses, he had already attracted attention. At this moment, coupled with the fact that Zi Chen had caused a huge commotion, it immediately attracted the attention of the other aliens. A team of aliens discovered Zi Chen and rushed over. There were actually 2 8th firmament aliens in the team. Zi Chen didn't escape. Instead, he stayed where he was and waited for the aliens to arrive. With the sound of air being torn apart, the aliens quickly arrived and surrounded Zi Chen. However, before the 2 8th firmament aliens could say anything or ask anything, Zi Chen attacked. He took a step forward and immediately traversed dozens of meters to arrive in front of the 8th firmament alien. A golden light flashed across his clenched fist as he punched the 8th firmament alien. The latter reacted quickly and immediately blocked with his weapon. With a bang, he was sent flying with his weapon. After activating his perfect body, Zi Chen's strength had increased by countless times. It was very easy for him to suppress a cursed 8th-stage alien. The foreign being who had been knocked flying coughed up blood, and his face was filled with shock. In the next instant, he saw the human pointing a finger at him, and a golden sword chi shot toward his face. The golden sword chi was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time. After that, his vision turned black and he fell down again. Killing an 8th stage divine transformation stage, 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 divine transformation stage. Zi Chen abruptly turned around, his eyes gleaming with coldness. The void behind him was torn apart as a fist shrouded in lightning appeared. Like a meteor, Xing Chun landed right in the middle of the group of strange races and exploded. Thunder King, Meteor Fist. Ever since he had refined the Devouring God seal, Zi-Chan was able to use many combat techniques, such as this meteor punch. However, its power was still unable to reach its peak in the outside world. The fist light exploded with a loud bang, and terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Other than the 8th firmament alien, who had barely dodged it, the others were all sent flying and injured. However, the 8th firmament alien who had just dodged the attack was once again met with Zi-Chen's golden fist. Then he was sent flying with a punch. It was obvious that he had the advantage in speed and strength. In front of these strange races, Zi-Chen was invincible. Soon, this small group of strange races was dealt with. Zi-Chen immediately devoured their strength and transformed it into perfect spiritual senses through the divine seal. The perfect body of the perfect series was activated, and only spiritual senses and strength were left. Of course, Zi-Chen would strengthen his spiritual senses first. After watching the corpses of these strange races turn into nothingness, Zi-Chen headed toward the human gathering place. When he arrived at the human gathering place, Old Man Shenker had not arrived yet. Zi-Chen saw the humans who had arrived last month and then saw 2 bills from Shoumu. One bill was from Shangguan Hong and the others, and the second was from the new cultivator who had arrived last month. Seeing those inconspicuous but densely packed numbers, Zi-Chen just nodded and did not say much. Suddenly, he saw a long string of spirit crystal numbers behind the 2 lists, and Zi-Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Shoumu stood respectfully beside Zi-Chen and seemed to have guessed the reason for Zi-Chen's frown. He said the 2 of them would always choose something by themselves, and the number was almost the same as Miss Jean. Sir did not come back, so I had to exchange according to the instructions. Next, Zi-Chen put away the bills and said lightly, "If they want to owe, then let them owe, but they can't be lazy in their cultivation." Shoumu spread his hands. It seemed that he, as an alchemist, could not control things like cultivation. Shen Tiandao. Zi-Chen called Shen Tiandao, whose strength had broken through to the middle stage. "Next time when you go out, take special care of the 3 of them." Zi-Chen whispered. Shen Tiandao asked knowingly, "Which 3? How do I take care of them?" Zi-Chen used telepathy for the next sentence. He was afraid that the walls might be eavesdropping. "Just let them suffer a little. They're here to train, not to enjoy life. Death is around the corner, so we have to be on our guard at all times." Shen Tiandao nodded in agreement and then asked, "Why don't you go?" Zi-Chen's face showed anger. "I don't have time." Next to him, Shoumu turned his head and looked to the side. It was obvious that he was very uncomfortable, holding back his laughter. "Okay, but—" Shen Tiandao looked at Zi-Chen with an embarrassed face. "The debt can be negotiated." Zi-Chen said angrily, "This guy actually took advantage of the situation to rob. Deal." Shen Tiandao happily agreed, then turned his head and shouted, "3 beauties, let's go." Zi-Chen arranged for me to take you to a good place, and I guarantee that you will never forget it. Zi-Chen's face was as black as charcoal, and he was on the verge of exploding in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shoumu ran to the distance and laughed. Seeing Shoumu so happy, Viper also gave a rare smile. The 3 women's gazes fell on Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's expression changed instantly, and he said to the people around him with a serious face, "Cultivate well." After saying that, he immediately entered the secluded forest. Just as his figure disappeared, another voice sounded, "Shoumu, come with me." Shoumu was still secretly laughing, so he didn't respond. "You are very happy." Viper came to Shoumu's side. Shoumu's smile gradually disappeared, and then he said, "Didn't you notice that this team is very interesting? They don't respect their lord at all. They betrayed him and took the opportunity to threaten him halfway. It is very interesting but they are all life and death brothers. These are just pranks. Viper said. You know, Shomu said strangely, that person called Man sure has a big mouth. He has talked about them more than once. It said that Lord Zichin had sacrificed his own life to save a dozen of them. Originally, those dozen of them were going to die together with Lord Zichin. There's such a thing. That's right, those people happen to be there. Oh, right. It is said that there is one person in this team who is most likely to rebel, and Lord Zichin also knows about it, but he has not taken any measures. It's the one who curses Lord to die a horrible death every day. Yes. Speaking of this person, even Shomu fell silent because he had once told Zichin that there was one person in the team who wanted to kill him. But Lord Zichin only smiled and didn't care. You suddenly talk a lot today, Viper said again. You talk a lot too, Shomu said. After that, the two fell into silence. After a long silence, the two of them actually spoke at the same time. I want to pass the cultivation method to them. I want to pass the cultivation method to one person. After the two of them finished speaking, they were both stunned. Viper's expression changed and said, You want to pass it to everyone? Shomu didn't answer and asked, Who do you want to pass it to? Viper sighed and said, I can feel that it won't be long before they fight with the foreign races. That should be a very dangerous battle. Recently, I've found Man sure very pleasing to the eye. He's very forthright and honest. I want to ask for that cultivation method for him. As natives, although the two of them were different, they had the same keen perception. They even knew what Zichen's plan was. Shomu also sighed and said, Of course, the cultivation method can't be passed down completely, but I want to pass it down to some people with potential. Perhaps these people are people that Zichin trusts. Why? Perhaps one more person can really increase the strength. You're crazy. Do you know the consequences of this matter? That's why I only find people I trust. The two of them fell into silence again. Zichin came to a place that was not deep in the forest. After a while, Shomu walked over. Zichin looked back at Shomu and said, I didn't come here for anything else. I just want to give you the item of the transaction. I have to leave now. Shomu couldn't help but smile again and nodded. Speaking of which, it was quite funny for the boss to act like this. After taking away those special weapons, Shomu didn't leave. Instead, he said, I'm going to take people to the Blackstone Mountains to hunt a group of beasts and see if I can condense a soul-devouring weapon. But I don't know who to trust. Trust who? Zichin keenly grasped this word. Yes, the battle strength doesn't need to be too strong, but it needs absolute trust. Because on the battlefield, one's back needs to be trusted. How many people do you need? All the people that can be trusted 100%. Manshur, Wu Xie, Shen Tiandao, Fortune Teller, Jin Qingcheng, Shangguanhong, Dongqing, Dark Mantle. Zichin reported 13 names. There were only 13 people, but Wharton and Mao Si were not among them. Shomu took a deep look at Zichin, then turned and left. But he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was a lord with extraordinary wisdom. He must have guessed his intention, so he only reported 13 names. Among the few people that Shomu guessed, Zichin actually didn't name them. And it was obvious that these 13 people were the people that Zichin trusted the most. They were the people that he could entrust his life to. So, these 13 people obtained this strange cultivation method during the process of going to the Blackstone Mountains. After Shomu left, Zichin fell into deep thought. Through this matter, Zichin clearly saw the trustworthiness of Shomu, but this kind of trust couldn't last long. It was only until Zichin fulfilled his promise. As for what would happen next, it would depend on the subsequent development. With Shomu, Zichin could allocate a large part of his energy to improve his battle strength. After staying in the forest for 7 days, his perfect body was completely activated. Chapter 1636. How many people do you want? Schenker went straight to the point. 5 batches, a total of 1,000 people. However, I need a year to familiarize myself with them. 2 batches have already arrived. In the next 5 months, the rest will arrive. If you want an additional year, it'll be equivalent to a year and a half before the plan can be activated. Schenker shook his head and said, "That's too long." Zichen said unhappily, "You can't blame me for this. Why didn't you take precautions back then? If you did, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." Schenker pondered for a moment before saying, "Half a year. I'll give you half a year at most. After that, we'll attack with all our might. However, during this time, I'll inform them to strengthen their attacks and try to empty the city." "All right." Zichen nodded helplessly. Following that, Zichen didn't stay to trade with the old man. Instead, he headed straight for the Dax Plains. This time, Zichen planned to stay there for half a year and completely activate his perfect body. After activating his perfect body, Zichen could also use some of his methods. When he was about to reach the Dax Plains, Zichen transformed into a Dax leopard man. Changing one's appearance had always been the perfect body's specialty. Now he could finally use it. With such a method, Zichen was undoubtedly like a fish in water in the Dax Plains. The process of hunting was very exciting, but after a long time, it became dull. Every day, there was endless killing, and killing. None of the alien races who met Zichen managed to escape, and none of them were able to successfully send out a signal. Who would send out a danger signal after seeing a mid-stage tier 7 Dax alien, even if this alien suddenly attacked? In the process of killing, devouring, and refining, the spiritual thoughts in Zichen's sea of consciousness gradually changed. The originally invisible spiritual thoughts gradually began to show a golden light. After a month and a half, Zichen, who had killed more than 1,000 aliens, finally succeeded in activating his perfect spiritual senses. The entire spiritual sense sea of consciousness had completely turned into a golden ocean. With the perfect spiritual senses, Zichen's spiritual senses privilege appeared again. After that, it was the power in his body. However, as he refined it, Zichen's perfect power was no longer pure gold, but gold and silver. Due to his original cultivation method, the perfect power in Zichen's body was still the power of thunder. It was still divided into golden yang thunder and silver yin thunder. In the Royal Sky City, the place that belonged to the weapon ranking of the absolute regions, Zichen's contribution points were rising rapidly. But sadly, there were no longer any outsiders guarding this place. Naturally, no one noticed this point. As time passed, Zichen's contribution points continued to increase. First, it reached 3,000, then 4,000, then 5,000, and now it had passed the 6,000 mark. Speaking of which, the number of outsider kills that Zichen had made in the past few months had already far surpassed the total number of kills that Wharton had made in the past 10 years. Zichen wasn't far from Suho's 7,501 kills. In the outskirts of the Desert of Death, batches of humans arrived one after another. These people were all arranged by the Dark Mantle and Xindao Tiandao, who provided them with unlimited resources. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. It was time for the 5 batches of humans to arrive. Next, Zichen had to go back and try his best to greatly increase their combat strength in the next half a year. After 5 months of killing, Zichen had already infiltrated into the city of the aliens. At this moment, Zichen was walking around the city in his human form. Occasionally, he would even exchange a few words with a few aliens. It had been half a month since he arrived in the city, but no one had discovered Zichen's human identity. Raising his head, Zichen saw a rather large shop and walked in. "What are you buying?" The shop owner was a leopard man. Seeing Zichen walk in, he asked calmly. To the aliens, one's cultivation level was everything. A mere mid-stage level 7 alien was not enough to make a level 8 shop owner stand up and greet him. Zichen smiled and released his perfect spiritual sense. This shop had 2 floors. On the first floor, there was only him and the shop owner. However, on the second floor, there were 5 people. One of them was a late-stage level 7, while the other 4 were all level 8. I want. Zi-Chun walked in front of the counter and looked down at the things on the counter. The shop owner smiled faintly and did not seem to mind. Suddenly, his expression froze. He stared at Zi-Chun with his eyes wide open. He saw a large golden hand strangling his neck. In the next moment, another golden light rushed towards his forehead and disappeared in a flash. Ah! The shop owner opened his eyes wide and looked at Zi-Chun in disbelief. The golden light rushed into the shop owner's sea of consciousness and instantly destroyed his soul. At the same time, a devouring force fell on the shop owner's body. Under the naked eye, the shop owner's vitality was sucked away until he died. Looking at the shop owner who turned into nothingness, Zi-Chun smiled coldly. He closed the door behind him and walked upstairs. The level 7 was a service staff upstairs. At this moment, he was explaining some things to the 4 experts. When he heard the footsteps, he turned around and saw a leopard man walking up. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He said rudely, "This is not a place where a level 7 can come up. The things you want are downstairs." The other 4 experts were not dissatisfied with his attitude. When they saw the leopard man in the mid-stage level 7, they frowned. One of them said coldly, "Get down." Swoosh! In their eyes, the leopard man's body suddenly started to distort. His body emitted rays of golden light. This change shocked the other alien race experts. They thought that they had met a member of the royal family. But in the next moment, a dazzling golden light appeared in front of the 5 alien race experts. This light did not contain much killing intent. It did not even have any energy waves. But the golden light was very fast. It was far faster than an ordinary attack. In an instant, it swept past the 5 of them. The 5 of them were unharmed. But the late-stage level 7 expert lost his vitality and fell to the ground. The other 4 immediately clutched their heads and rolled on the ground. Their souls were so badly damaged that they could not even scream. The soul of a level 8 expert is indeed powerful. Zi-Chun smiled coldly. Another dazzling golden light swept past. The 4 level 8 experts did not have any reaction. Zi-Chun bent down and used his devouring technique again. The bodies of the 5 alien race experts turned into nothingness. Then, Zi-Chun refined the devouring power and turned it all into the power of abdomen. After that, there was no one in the shop. Zi-Chun released the pill cauldron and began to absorb. It took a full 15 minutes for Zi-Chun to take away all the goods on the second floor. The value of the goods was no less than 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Then Zi-Chun walked out from the back door and onto the street. His gaze fell on the second shop. About 5 minutes after entering the shop, it closed again. At this moment, the first floor was empty. Zi-Chun stepped onto the second floor. Moments later, the second floor was filled with corpses. But soon the corpses disappeared. After deciding to leave, Zi-Chun prepared to go all out. Thus, on this day, 6 shops suddenly closed. Such a strange movement naturally attracted the attention of the other alien races. Just as they were discussing, Zi-Chun walked out from the back door and headed out of the city. No one would pay attention to a mid-stage Dax, leopard person. Zi-Chun smoothly left the city and passed through the plains towards the gathering place. When he reached the gathering place, it was already very lively. There were more than 1,000 people gathered here. The Desert of Death was known as the most dangerous place, but now there was not a single scorpion within 10 or so kilometers. Even the secluded forest had an area of nearly 5 kilometers, but those small trees would no longer grow. When Zi-Chun returned, everyone looked at him. But to most people, this young man was a stranger. "Sir." Someone recognized Zi-Chun and immediately went up and respectfully bowed. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Who would have thought that this young man was the mysterious sir who had not appeared for half a year? Zichen nodded at everyone and asked, "Where's Shantian Dao and the others?" "They haven't returned from the Blackstone Mountains." Looking at these unfamiliar cultivators, Zichen saw piles and piles of male scorpion corpses. There were hundreds of piles of them, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. Zichen pointed at the male scorpion corpses and said, "Check them and then come to me to exchange them for spirit crystals." After plundering 6 shops, Zichen had hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals on him, not to mention the other materials. Some of the newcomers were pleasantly surprised. They were very clear about what they hunted, so they quickly came up. "I only want the male scorpions, Stinger Tail. I don't want anything else." Zichen waved his hand and said he had too many resources on him now, so he did not care about wasting a little. The number was quickly counted. Zichen spent a full hour to complete the transaction. Then he entered the secluded forest and began to count his gains. Among the gains, there were 8 heavy weapons and high-quality law crystals. It seemed that this kind of thing was used by humans, but also by foreign tribes. After counting, Zichen put away some of the things that he did not need for the time being and threw them all to Old Man Schenker. In the secluded forest, Shomu was not far away. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be surprised. He was surprised that Zichen had obtained so many things in the past 6 months. He was also surprised that this small cauldron was actually a spatial equipment. "You didn't go with me," Zichen said without turning his head. Shomu was surprised again. He did not expect Zichen's perception to become so sharp. As a native, he was almost integrated with the surrounding environment. "No, I'm condensing spirit crystals." Shomu walked over. Zichen poured out the male scorpions' stingers from his storage bag and threw them into the small cauldron one by one. Now that his soul was strong enough, he did not care about a little consumption. Shomu looked at Zichen. After seeing tens of thousands of stingers thrown into the small cauldron, he asked in surprise, "You can condense so many at once. Is it a lot?" "I can also refine these," Zichen said casually. Chapter 1637. Zichen was sorting out the materials while Shomu squatted beside Zichen. "What are you going to do next?" "Continue to improve your strength." Shomu turned his head and asked, "No, there's only half a year left. I'll take them to gain experience first, gather all the equipment, and then attack the city." Zichen was still burying his head in sorting out the things. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Shomu. "Time is too short. I'm afraid many people will die," Shomu said in a deep voice. Zichen put down the things in his hand, raised his head, and sighed. "Yes, many people will die, but war is like this." Looking back at Shomu, Zichen asked in confusion, "It's been so long, but your realm hasn't recovered yet." Shomu smiled faintly and said, "I can only recover when I go back." Hearing this, Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He said, "So you've dropped 2 realms." Shomu nodded and said, "That's right. It was in the Qingtian domain. At that time, I used a devouring god seal as a bet." "And the result?" Zichen asked curiously. Shomu smiled bitterly. Zichen saw the result from Shomu's face and sighed. "You're bold. You lost once, but you still dare to bet." The 2 of them chatted like this. Time passed quickly. As the cauldron trembled, the conversation ended. "Give me all the refined weapons you have." Zichen turned around and said, "You refine them so quickly." Shomu looked at Zichen in surprise. "Is it very fast?" Zichen was slightly proud. "Incredible, really incredible. You can refine so many scorpion tails in such a short time. It seems that this small cauldron is a rare treasure. Where did you get such a treasure?" Shomu looked at the cauldron in amazement and curiosity. "The world I live in has been with me for more than 1,000 years. Qin said calmly. Your world? How is this possible? This should be something from this world. Shomu exclaimed and lost his composure. If the small cauldron was a treasure of their world, he could accept it. After all, they were all products of the same rules. But if it was something from the Zhanwu continent, how could it be recognized by this world? Qin didn't explain, but continued to throw the refined weapons into the pill furnace until the last one was thrown in. Before long, he would be able to obtain a new batch of armor-piercing weapons. Find a way to contact Shantian and have them return as soon as possible. I have new arrangements. Shomu nodded and left. He had been greatly provoked by the small cauldron. 3 days later, everyone had returned. A total of 1336 people had gathered in the spacious area. During this period of time, Miyoshi and the others who had been training outside had also brought back close to 200 human experts, one after another. His gaze swept across the crowd. Many people were looking at Qin with curiosity and awe. More than half of them were seeing Qin for the first time. Everyone, from now on, stop all operations and attack the Desert of Death with full force. Qin's words spread throughout the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a small disturbance in the crowd. We're going to clean up this desert, Manshur asked, his eyes flashing with excitement. No, we're just training. The time limit is half a year. Qin said loudly. Everyone has to kill the male scorpions, and you can kill some female scorpions while you're at it. However, the male scorpions must be the main force. The old rules apply. The male scorpions will be 10 spirit crystals, and the female scorpions will be 5 spirit crystals for the time being. But before that, all of you at the early stage of the 7th rank must form a team. Every 5 people will form an attack group. After giving out the instructions, Qin waved his hand and said, Next, let's start the exchange. As usual, everything will be half price. A new batch of armor-piercing weapons has been released. 50,000 spirit crystals each. If you don't have enough spirit crystals, you can buy on credit. The early stage of the 7th rank was quickly divided into groups. Next, they all entered the Desert of Death in groups. During this period, Qin divided a group of people to guard the periphery in case the aliens suddenly arrived here. Qin followed the large group into the Desert of Death. The next refining process would be carried out in the desert. According to the previous agreement, Old Man Schenker, who came this time, brought hundreds of refined weapons without any special effects. After accepting these refined weapons, Qin said, Next time, bring all the armor and boots at once. Okay. After a few simple words, Old Man Schenker looked at the results of everyone and left in satisfaction. At the beginning of the battle, there was an endless supply of male scorpions for Qin. So Qin specially spent his free time refining armor-piercing weapons. As for the female scorpions' corpses, they were handed over to Shomu. He extracted a kind of soul substance from the female scorpions, and after neutralizing it with several kinds of medicinal herbs, he was able to refine some simple elixirs. These elixirs could effectively defend against soul attacks. The Desert of Death became a battlefield and a target for training. As time passed, the cooperation of the 5 people gradually became better. Half a year was not enough for them to refine too many law crystals. Even if they did, it would not be of much use in the battle. Therefore, Qin arranged for them to fight. Only in battle could they stimulate their potential. Half a month later, the group advanced more than 10 miles in the Desert of Death, killing countless twin scorpions. Qin also finished refining all the special effects weapons in this half a month. Now he could guarantee that each of the 1,300 people had an armor-piercing weapon in their hands. In addition, Qin still had dozens of weapons on him. Therefore, the mission to hunt down the twin scorpions came to an end. Qin ordered the group to start going deeper into the desert to another area. 2 days later, the group arrived at the habitat of the giant lizards. This was the world of the giant lizards. Before coming, Zi-Chin transferred all the people in the periphery away. They would spend the next half a year in the depths of the desert. Each of the giant lizards in this area was more than 5 meters tall. They were slow, but they had strong defenses and strong attacks. What Zi-Chin needed was the defensive special effects on the giant lizards. The group, who were used to killing the twin scorpions, immediately suffered losses when they came into contact with the giant lizards. Fortunately, the continuous fighting made their cooperation more and more tacit, and they soon became familiar with this place. In this desert, the night was as bright as day, so the group was always fighting. Apart from the existences in the middle and late 7th stage, the group in the early 7th stage was divided into 200 groups. On average, every 100 groups had to fight in the desert for 12 hours every day. During this time, the group's gains were all given to Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin used the pill cauldron to refine battle armors with defensive special effects and sold them to the group at half price. The yellow sand below kept rolling, and one after another, giant lizards suddenly appeared and attacked the humans. Zi-Chin held the dragon spear in his hand, standing high in the air. His ice-cold eyes looked down below, constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Zi-Chin noticed that somewhere below, the yellow sand was rolling very violently, and a deep gully appeared after the rolling yellow sand. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and golden energy surged around his body. His whole body was like a steady mountain falling from the sky. Bang! Zi-Chin's body landed heavily on the yellow sand, causing a loud boom. The boundless yellow sand was swept up high like waves in the sea. In the yellow sand, more than 10 giant lizards were shaken out, but one of them was especially large, at least 10 meters long. Its eyes fell on Zi-Chin through the falling yellow sand, and its eyes were cold. Zi-Chin, whose body was surging with energy, immediately discovered that it was a giant lizard. A hissing sound rang out, and a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. The giant lizard's long tail drew a line, like a long whip, and swept towards Zi-Chin. A sharp whistling sound came from the air, and it was obvious that this attack was full of power. Bang! Zi-Chin tapped his foot, and his body rose up, and a scratch grazed the bottom of Zi-Chin's foot. After dodging this attack, the dragon spear in Zi-Chin's hand flashed, and a dazzling silver light burst out from the spear, and he shot it towards the giant lizard. Zi-Chin's counterattack was on point, and his speed was very fast, piercing through the giant lizard's mouth in one strike. This was the king of the giant lizards, and its combat strength was equivalent to a human's 7th layer. However, in this yellow sand, it could completely destroy a 5-man human team. After suffering several losses, the powerful existences in the team were specifically responsible for investigating the giant lizard king. Below, when the crowd saw Zi-Chin finish off the giant lizard king in one move, they immediately burst into cheers. Soon, the giant lizard king's strength was swallowed and refined by the dragon spear. Zi-Chin rose into the air again, and his cold gaze swept around. At the same time, Shantian and the rest were in charge of the same mission in other places. Back then, after Shomu taught them a set of cultivation techniques that could only be taught by themselves, their combat strength also increased crazily in a short half a year. Now, each of the 13 people could fight across realms. They, who were in the middle 7th layer, had no problem fighting against an early 8th layer. As the 3 women that Zi-Chin trusted, their combat strength naturally increased by leaps and bounds. In this team of over 1,000 people, their combat strength could definitely rank in the top 20. After Zi-Chin attacked a few times a day, he returned to continue condensing the special effects armor. Speaking of which, everyone present knew that Zi-Chin had a magical pill cauldron with extraordinary effects. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, there was not a single giant lizard in sight within a radius of 20 miles. And after killing many giant lizards, Zichen finally succeeded in condensing over 1,000 sets of armor. Now, everyone was wearing a set. The defense of these armors had already reached several tens of %. There were still 3 months left before the siege. Zichen led the team to the next place. It was another area of living creatures, and all of them were sand snakes. They were known for their speed and were even more difficult to deal with than the giant lizards. That place was also Zichen's final battle. After Zichen condensed over 1,000 pairs of combat boots with the special effects of speed, he would lead the team back and directly attack the lost human city. The remaining time passed in the blink of an eye, and Zichen's goal was achieved. As far as the eye could see, there were still over 1,200 people left in the team. Every one of them was surging with a murderous aura. Their equipment was considered the best among those of the same level. Next was the siege. Return. Chapter 1638. In the past half a year, they hadn't rested at all. They had been fighting all day. Compared to half a year ago, their cultivation levels hadn't changed much, but their combat power had greatly increased. Everyone was filled with a murderous aura, which was the result of half a year of killing. Zichen had also condensed thousands of items in the past half a year. Now, everyone had top-grade items in their hands. With these items, they could definitely kill an alien at the same level as them. After several months, they returned to their former gathering place. Old Schenker had been waiting for them for a long time. "Have you prepared everything?" Zichen asked. Old Schenker pointed behind him and said, "The quantity is enough." Large wooden barrels were placed there one after another. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all filled with wine according to Zichen's instructions. In the battlefield of despair, even water cost spirit crystals. As for wine, it was a real luxury. However, the war was imminent. After today, there might not be a tomorrow. Zichen wanted to reward everyone. This might be the last wine in their lives. "Manshur, take some people and bring back some prey," Zichen shouted at Manshur in the distance. Manshur walked over. When he saw the barrels, his eyes immediately lit up. He almost instantly understood Zichen's meaning. He directly called over 20 people and rushed into the forest. Miserable cries rang out one after another. About a quarter of an hour later, everyone returned, carrying 2 huge exotic beasts. "Come and help," Manshur shouted. Everyone immediately surrounded them and began to dissect and clean them up. Zichen walked to the side with old Schenker to discuss the details of the siege. "When do you plan to attack?" Old Schenker asked. 3 days later at noon. "We'll attack on time." Zichen said in a deep voice, "I'll definitely attack on time, but you can't make any mistakes." "Don't worry. I can make a round trip in 3 days. Moreover, I'll rush over and attack the city with you. Then are you sure there won't be a 9-fold in the city?" "Don't worry. A 9-fold won't be in the mood to stay in the city." On the other side, the two were still discussing the details. As for the rear, everyone had already started to roast meat. This was a rare gathering, so everyone was very excited. Bonfires were set up one after another. Soon, waves of meat fragrance wafted out. There was a bonfire in front of Zichen. Only he and old man Schenker were sitting there. There was no roasted meat in front of them, but they were whispering something to each other. Without waiting for the meat to be roasted, barrel after barrel of wine was opened. Bursts of wine fragrance wafted out. Someone had already begun to distribute the wine, carrying barrel after barrel. "Why can't we talk about it tomorrow? Why must we talk about it today?" Manshur walked over and interrupted the conversation between Zichen and old man Schenker, placing a large barrel of wine beside them. Zichen used his energy to condense 2 wine bowls. He looked at the old man and asked with a smile, "Old man, you look old. Can you still drink?" "Kid, you're underestimating me. Back then, Tang Nua couldn't even beat this old man in drinking," old man Schenker said with his head held high. Who is Tang Nuo? I don't know him. Come, let me broaden my horizons. Zi Chen tossed a wine bowl to the old man, then poured out 2 bowls of wine. He downed 1 bowl and shouted happily. Speaking of which, this was his first time drinking in the battlefield of despair. The old man didn't hesitate and downed 1 bowl. Not far from the bonfire, Manshur, who had downed a bowl of wine, looked at Wu Xie in confusion and said, I already gave you wine. Didn't you say you would give the meat? Why are you still eating? Wu Xie rolled his eyes and pointed to a spot not far away, saying, Idiot, do you still need me? Look over there. Looking at where Wu Xie was pointing, Manshur saw the 3 women carefully roasting meat. He immediately understood and closed his mouth, only pouring wine. The 3 women were very careful when roasting meat, but they rarely did this kind of thing in the past. Shang Guanhong and Jin Qingqing were a little flustered, but Dong Qing seemed to be very skilled. Clearly, the 3 of them were going to give the roasted meat to Ziqin. Sure enough, 3 portions of roasted meat were placed in front of Ziqin. The color of Dong Qing's portion wasn't bad, but the other 2 were a little black and smelled burnt. Looking at the 3 portions of roasted meat, Ziqin was slightly stunned when he saw the 3 people. The 3 of them said in unison, Thank you, Lord Ziqin, for your generous help during this time. This little girl will definitely remember it. The 3 of them didn't speak softly, and many people heard them. They looked at the 3 of them in a daze, then looked at Ziqin and couldn't help laughing. Clearly, if Ziqin accepted the roasted meat, he wouldn't be able to accept spirit crystals. One had to know that the 3 of them had spent a huge amount of money. Ziqin shook his head and said helplessly, When did you learn to be like this? Sit down. Old man, let me introduce you. As soon as Ziqin opened his mouth, he was interrupted by old man Schenker. He said with a smile, No need to introduce me. Of course. This old man knows the 3 of them. For their things, this old man has traveled a lot. The 3 of them smiled gratefully at old man Schenker. During this time, the old man had sent them things of good quality and special effects. Then Xindao, fortune teller, Manshur, Wu Xie, Dark Mantle, and others also came and sat down. These are all brothers who have gone through life and death with me. After Ziqin introduced everyone one by one, he said to old man Schenker, It's really rare to find so many brothers who have gone through life and death with me. Old man Schenker said with emotion, Tonight was a night of revelry. After tonight, the next time they drank would be after the battle. As for these 1,200 people, it was unknown how many of them would survive after the battle ended. Thus, everyone was also constantly competing with each other in drinking. Ziqin stood up with a bowl of wine in his hand. Everyone gradually stopped drinking. Everyone looked at Ziqin. Everyone knew that their leader had something to say. Everyone, today is a happy day. Let's not talk nonsense. I hope that everyone can drink together today. 3 days later, we can still drink together. As soon as he finished speaking, he downed the wine. Loud cheers came from all around. Bowl after bowl of wine was drunk. The atmosphere here was even more lively. Shoumu and Wharton also came to Ziqin's side. After a while, Mao Si also came to drink a few bowls of wine with Ziqin. Then, the others came one after another to express their gratitude. Ziqin, the leader, drank a lot. Lord Ziqin, I heard that you came from the Tianwu continent. I wonder what kind of place it is. Shang Guanhong teased under the influence of wine. Her little face was a little red. She looked at Ziqin and giggled. The Tianwu continent. Ziqin, you came from the Tianwu continent. Clearly, not everyone knew that Ziqin came from the Tianwu continent. Quite a few people were curious. Even old man Schenker looked at Ziqin in surprise. This was Shoumu's first time hearing the name of the Tianwu continent. Everyone looked at Ziqin expectantly, hoping that Ziqin would tell them some interesting stories about the Tianwu continent. Ziqin smiled. That world doesn't have any domains. What's there to talk about? Tell us about your past. We're all very curious. Shang Guanhong asked again. Everyone nodded, repeatedly. Yes. Zi Qin looked up at the sky, seemingly lost in his memories. A moment later he said, In truth, I lived in the Tianwu continent for over 1,000 years. What? 1,000 years? Everyone was startled. They all had some understanding of Zi Qin. Zi Chen's breakthroughs were already very fast, but he had lived in the Tianwu continent for over 1,000 years. If they didn't know that Zi Chen was human, they would definitely suspect that Zi Chen was some kind of strange life form. From the mortal realm to the earth realm, just breaking through that bottleneck took me over 1,000 years. Isn't it comprehending laws? Why does it take so long? Man sure scratched his head. The others also didn't understand. Only a few people were lost in thought. In over 1,000 years, how many laws have you comprehended? Asked Old Man Shenker. Zi Chen gulped down a bowl of wine and shook his head. I can't count. If I count all of them, there should be dozens of them. Everyone was speechless. They all looked at Zi Chen like he was a monster. Tell me, what kind of friends did you make in the Tianwu continent? Did you have any life-and-death friends? Asked Shang Guanhong. This was the thing she was most concerned about. As if recalling a memory from the bottom of Zi Chen's heart, Zi Chen suddenly felt a little tipsy, and his head was a little dizzy. He said, Of course there are life-and-death brothers. Oh right, one of them is my brother. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. A chosen beast was an existence that was even stronger than a higher life form. If they weren't mistaken, then a chosen represented a chosen. That was an existence that far surpassed a world master. There was also a flying divine tiger that I suspected to be a chosen beast, a barbarian dragon, or perhaps a cyan barbarian dragon. He was from the dragon race and a very pure kind. He should count as a chosen beast. Ah, there was also a devil ape. He was a heaven-splitting battle ape. No matter how weak he was, he could count as a higher life form. There was also an assassin, a formation brother, and, oh right, there was also that hateful bald monk. Zi Qin was completely immersed in his memories. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke of their names and their deeds. Everyone was stupefied. They sighed inwardly. These people were all extraordinary existences. Baldi Hishan was called good and evil. However, I only saw his evil side and never saw his good side. This guy didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the state of the universe. Instead, he was greedy by nature. He was proficient in swindling and cheating. However, his battle prowess was very strong. When I first met him, I couldn't beat him. Later on, as my realm increased, when we were on the same level, I could barely suppress him. Everyone's expression changed. They were all existences that had fought side by side with Zi Qin. Zi Chen's battle prowess was definitely unrivaled within the same level. If those friends of his were really as strong as Zi Qin said, then wouldn't it mean that they were equivalent to the titled existences of the Shantian Dao? Zi Chen spoke very energetically. Everyone listened attentively. However, Shang Guanhong was somewhat absent-minded. She didn't want to listen to this. She wanted to listen to something else. Therefore, while Zi Chen was still reminiscing, she appropriately said, Also, I don't have many good female friends. Everyone looked at Shang Guanhong strangely. However, Zi Chen didn't notice anything unusual. He whispered, Su Mengyao has done me a great favor. Calculating the time, she should also be in the Zhan Wu continent. After that, Zi Qin looked at the fortune teller and said, She is the same as you. She is proficient in the Tao of divination. However, it is not the Tao of divination. It is the Tao of inaction. Ethereal region, Tao of inaction. The fortune teller looked at Zi Chen in amazement. That was very famous. He didn't expect that Zi Chen's confidant had comprehended this Tao. Shang Guanhong got the answer she wanted to know. Now, She finally understood why Zichen's heart was closed. It turned out that Zichen's heart was already occupied by someone else. Are there any experts in the Tianwu continent? Without Shang Guanhong interrupting, Manshur asked. Zichen nodded. Usually the Earth primes are the strongest. However, if something big happens, experts will appear. What big thing? For example, when the lightning divine temple appeared, many false heavens appeared. However, several of them died. Oh, right. I also saw a heaven-defying artifact that killed several false heavens in one move. When this sentence was said, everyone was at a loss. They didn't understand at all. On the other hand, Old Man Shink's expression changed again and again. His eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. The Tianwu continent truly lived up to its reputation. What is a false heaven? Manshur asked again. Zichen shook his head. I'm not sure. It is a realm second only to the heaven realm. As for its combat power, it is hard to estimate. However, it can probably kill hundreds of world lords with one slap. Chapter 1639. Zichen spoke a lot that night due to his drunkenness. The memories that had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart were reopened. One after another, familiar names and familiar figures appeared in Zichen's mind. There was no news of his friends. Were they safe and sound in the Jianwu continent? In the end, Zichen was drunk. He fell into a deep sleep beside the bonfire. Old man Schenker had to leave early in the morning. He had to make a round trip in 2 days. Before he left, he glanced at the people who were still unconscious. Zichen was sleeping beside the bonfire. He would occasionally grin foolishly. It was unknown if it was because he was dreaming, but there was even saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Shang Guanhong drank a lot of wine last night and had yet to wake up. Dong Qing and Jin Qingcheng were taking care of her. The two of them turned and smiled at Old Man Schenker. A new day arrived. Everyone gradually woke up. Yesterday's revelry was over. Next, they would face a great battle. Zichen's gaze turned calm. It was rare for him to relax last night. Those familiar with him finally understood why Zichen could be so calm on the battlefield. Compared to Zichen, who fought nonstop, the number of battles they experienced was simply too little. Last night, they learned from Zichen that just the life and death situations alone were no less than 10 times. Everyone, rest well for these 2 days. 2 days later, we will attack the city with all our might. Zichen announced. While everyone was resting, he would concoct some pills for use on the battlefield. 2 days later, the troops were fully assembled. After 3 days of rest, the baleful aura around everyone had lessened. According to Zichen's instructions, they all retracted their baleful aura and set off for Imperial Sky City. The southern gate of Imperial Sky City faced the Dax Plains. The northern gate faced the second Imperial Sky City. An army of several tens of thousands of foreign invaders was currently gathered 100 miles away from the northern gate. They were arranged in a square formation, forming a dense black mass, and 5 miles away from the foreign invaders were the 8th level human cultivators. There were also over 10,000 of them. During these few years, when the human cities were occupied, both sides fought many times and suffered heavy casualties. On the side of the foreign races, there was an endless amount of reinforcements, while on the side of the Royal Sky City, there was also an endless number of 8th level cultivators. At this moment, the two sides were facing each other. Baleful auras surged, and a figure suddenly rushed out from the human side. He stood in mid-air, and a powerful aura surged around him. He looked down coldly at the foreign races and bellowed, "Daku, come out and die!" His thunderous voice boomed in the air, spreading for more than 10 miles. "Su-ho! You are not qualified to kill me." Soon, an indifferent voice responded. A strong cultivator appeared in the army. It was a strong cultivator on the ranking board. The two of them fought several times, but each time they were evenly matched. The bald Suho snorted and said indifferently, "Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Deko said in a clear voice, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Cheers erupted from below as the two great figures charged towards each other. Their bodies glowed brightly as powerful energy surged. Each time they clashed, a ripple of energy spread out for miles. Then, the two of them turned into two streams of light, entangling and exchanging blows. In the sky, the space started to distort as powerful energy ripples spread out. A terrifying pressure engulfed the area, causing everyone near the battlefield to feel a sense of suffocation. A life and death battle between two experts on the ranking board attracted a lot of attention. All the humans and foreign races stared at the sky without blinking. Who knows, they might be able to comprehend some unique techniques from this battle. Roar, roar! The two experts clashed, causing the sky to tremble as the battle became more and more intense. Suddenly, a huge beast shadow appeared behind Deku. It was a ferocious-looking lion, and the moment it appeared, it roared towards the sky. Roar! Suho was not to be outdone. A huge wolf emitting blue light appeared behind him. The huge wolf's eyes stared at the lion. Clearly, Suho was a high-level life form. The beast shadows behind the two of them surged with a crazy and terrifying aura. With a single thought, the two beasts charged towards each other and began another round of slaughter. The huge wolf and lion fought fiercely, causing the sky to tremble as if it could collapse at any moment. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, bringing with it a suffocating pressure. The two's battle strength was clearly on par, and the two beasts started to exhaust each other in the intense battle. In the end, they both disappeared without a clear victor. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. The battle there had yet to end. Suho's body shook as he turned into a huge blue wolf. This was a high-level life form's ability to completely transform into a beast, representing their peak battle strength. At the front, Deku's expression turned grave when he saw the scene. Then he turned into a golden lion. Under tens of thousands of shocked gazes, the huge wolf charged towards the lion. As expected, the two experts on the ranking board were going to have a life and death battle. Just as the two experts on the ranking board were engaged in a life and death battle, Zichen's group had already arrived at a forest 10 miles away from the Imperial Sky City. Old man Schenker waved at them from afar, wanting to meet up with them here. There are outsiders guarding the city. We have to end this quickly. How many people do you plan to bring? Old man Schenker asked as he walked in front of Zichen. Zichen shook his head. Not a single person. I'll go alone. Wait for my signal. Alone? Schenker was stunned. That's right. One person is a small target and won't attract any attention. As the leader, no one could question Zichen. Thus, once Zichen decided on something, it was fine as long as they carried it out. Under everyone's gaze, Zichen took 5 steps and turned into a tall Dax leopard man. Seeing the lifelike Dax leopard man, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Everyone was shocked. What a brilliant transformation technique, Schenker praised. Zichen's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Just as Zichen turned into a Dax leopard man and headed towards the Imperial Sky City, 3 outsiders had already entered the city. They were here to report the situation. As soon as they entered the city, they immediately went to find the manager and reported the strange situation that happened in the city during this time. What? Thousands of outsiders disappeared for no reason? When the steward at the peak of the 8th level heard this, his expression changed, and he immediately asked, "When did this happen?" "More than half a year ago," the Tiger Man said. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The manager's face was filled with anger. "I suspected that it was done by our own people, because no one could sneak into the city. However, I couldn't find any evidence," the Tiger Man said. Bullsh *T. This is a crucial moment in the war. Do you think we would kill each other? This must be the doing of the humans. Follow me. The manager angrily led the three towards the weapon ranking board. It was most likely that they would find the answer to all these abnormalities there. Zi-chan had already reached the city gates, and the 4 8th rank foreign race beings outside the city completely ignored his arrival. When he got closer, Zi-chan nodded at the 4, but what he got in return was a disdainful sneer. Zi-chan didn't mind and smiled. He had already walked to the center of the 4 guards. The 4 of them still didn't move. Zi-chan suddenly stopped. A sheathed saber appeared in his hand. His right hand gripped the hilt tightly, and he suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! A crisp but not loud sound of the saber being unsheathed rang out. For saber lights appeared in 4 directions around Zi-chan, heading straight for the 4 8th rank guards. Zi-chan's attack was too fast. The 4 guards didn't even have time to react. The saber lights flashed past, and 4 heads flew high into the air. The 4 guards were beheaded before they could even react. Blood spurted out continuously. Sheathing the saber again, Zi-chan looked forward. There were other guards in the city passageway. They all stared fiercely at Zi-chan. One of the 8th rank guards said coldly, "Leopard Man, you dare to behave atrociously here. No matter which race you are from, you will be exterminated." Zi-chan didn't say anything. He tapped his foot lightly and rushed towards the city passageway. "Kill!" Several 8th rank guards shouted. Weapons appeared in their hands, and they charged towards Zi-chan. Whoosh! Relying on his extreme speed, Zi-chan dodged the first 2 attacks. Once again, he reached the center of the 4 guards and unsheathed his saber again. The shining saber lights split into 4 and went straight for the necks of the 4 guards. Puff, 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 for heads flew high into the air. Blood spurted out. Zi-chan had already rushed into the depths of the passageway. The saber lights continued to flash. Another alien guard fell. Puff! Another head flew up into the air. This was the 10th non-humankind guard that had fallen. When Zi-chan walked out of the passageway and entered the city, there were already 18 corpses behind him. These 18 people were all 8th rank guards. Looking at the familiar city, Zi-chan took out a signal cylinder. As he injected energy, a beam of light shot into the sky. The signal exploded in the sky. Shen-tian and the others rushed towards the city. During this time, Zi-chan had to guard the city gate and make sure it didn't close. Schenker said that as long as he guarded the gate and made sure it didn't close, the defensive formation wouldn't be able to activate. Zi-chan stood below the city gate. He heard the sound of air being torn apart and angry shouts. Sensing the abnormality, the aliens started to gather. There were already 15 of them charging towards Zi-chan. "You dare to cause trouble? Die. Go to hell." Zi-chan didn't transform into a human. He was still in the form of a Dax leopard. So, in the eyes of the aliens, he was a troublemaker. In the history of the aliens, there was no lack of such existences, but most of them came for revenge. They were looking for a certain person or race. Attacking an entire city like this had never happened before. In their eyes, a leopard man who dared to attack all the aliens in a city was a madman. Kill. 15 foreign races charged towards Zi-chan. Among them, only 2 were at the 8th tier, while the rest were all at the 7th tier. Their bodies flashed with all kinds of energy light, which emitted a powerful aura. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Zi-chan gripped the scabbard tightly with his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. He stared coldly at the aliens. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. The aliens all tapped their feet and flew into the air. Zi-chan's pupils constricted. At this moment, he unsheathed his saber. P.S. Writing isn't easy. If you feel that you can continue reading this book, please come to the main website to support Middle Level Madu and give me a VIP subscription. The book has been open for 680 days. It has been 22 months. Now it has 1 million words. A subscription is about 5 yuan a month. Chapter 1640. Whoosh! He unsheathed his saber, and a resplendent saber light flashed. A saber light that was over 10 meters long swept forward with an indomitable momentum. The 15 foreign races who were in the air tried to defend themselves with their weapons. However, the blade was imbued with an immense amount of power, and it sliced through their bodies in an instant. 6 of them swayed and quickly retreated. As for the other 9, they lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. This was the power of a single saber. 9 were killed and 6 were forced back. Ziqin sheathed his saber, and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear flashed with a dazzling silver light. He took a step forward and left the city gate. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he shot forward. The dazzling silver light flashed among the remaining 6 outsiders. Ziqin struck out 8 times with his spear. 2 clanging sounds rang out. The silver light dissipated. Ziqin retreated back to his original position. Looking ahead, the remaining 6 outsiders were also standing in different positions. There was a bloody hole in each of their throats. Their eyes widened as they stared in disbelief at the Dacus leopard man, who was only at the middle stage of the 7th stage. The first group of 15 outsiders had died. The spear stabbed into the ground. Ziqin stood beside Ziqin. His left hand held the scabbard in front of him, while his right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his saber. Another group of outsiders flew over. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then their eyes filled with killing intent as they charged at Ziqin. Behind Ziqin was the tunnel. He couldn't take a single step back. Fortunately, he didn't retreat. Whoosh! The saber was unsheathed again. A bright saber light flashed past, and the 5 outsiders who had just leapt into the air were directly cut in half. Before the corpses fell from the sky, the saber was already back in its scabbard. Ziqin grabbed the spear and swept it forward. A large amount of silver light scattered. The rest of the outsiders were all swept away. If they didn't die, they were heavily injured. A mid-8th tier foreign race, cultivator, charged straight at Ziqin. He held a huge machete in his hand. There were a few notches on the machete. It looked blunt, but it exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. With a whistling sound, the machete brushed past Ziqin's face. Ziqin took half a step back to avoid this attack. The spear in his hand turned into a silver light and pointed at the opponent's throat. Ugh! The middle stage 8th tier alien stared at Ziqin with wide eyes. He simply couldn't believe that this leopard man, who was an entire realm lower than him, had dodged his sure-hit attack. Bang! The middle stage level 8 alien's body shriveled up and fell backward. Ziqin's consumed energy was replenished. In the distance, the other outsiders who had just arrived all stared at Ziqin in astonishment. Ziqin hadn't turned into a human yet, so they didn't know why Ziqin was here. They thought that the leopard man was here for revenge, so they were afraid. On the other hand, Ziqin guarded the city gate by himself. During this time, there were still some fearless outsiders who came forward, but they were all killed. The manager brought the leopard man to the desperate soldiers' leaderboard. As he opened the control system, he immediately saw Ziqin, who had a huge amount of contribution points. He knew Ziqin very well. 2 years ago, he had noticed Ziqin. At that time, Ziqin only had a few hundred contribution points. However, in just 2 years, his contribution points were close to 7,000. One had to know that each contribution point represented the life of a fellow outsider. The truth was obvious. It was done by a human. To be precise, it was done by this human called Ziqin. In front of the truth, he still couldn't believe it, because many of them had died in the city. How did this human called Zi-Chen sneak into the city? At this moment, they saw Zi-Chen's contribution points jump again. This time, it increased by 40 points. This meant that 40 outsiders had died in an instant, or 4 8th-tier outsiders. He started killing again. I have to go back and report. This time I must find him. The leopard man clenched his teeth and angrily left with the other 2. He didn't see the contribution points that continued to increase. On the other hand, the manager's face became uglier and uglier when he saw Zi-Chen's contribution points continue to increase. The leopard man left the desperate soldiers' leaderboard and flew toward the city gate. He vaguely heard that there was a battle. As he sped up and was about to reach the city gate, he saw the corpses of his companions. In front of the corpses, under the city gate, stood a leopard man. He was covered in blood. The leopard man was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. Looking at the corpses on the ground, there were 7th-tier and 8th-tier outsiders, and they were all killed by one person. However, there was only one leopard man in front of him. When did the leopard man become so powerful? A mid-7th-tier outsider could kill a mid-8th-tier outsider. Even the royal family of the leopard man didn't have this ability. Looking at the decisive killing, it was obvious that it had shocked the others. None of them dared to rashly go forward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. It was said that in the city there was also such a leopard man. Not long after he entered the shop closed. Then the people and the goods in the shop all disappeared. It turned out that it wasn't a leopard man at all. It was the human Zi-Chen. After seeing the leopard man kill, he was very clear about his doubts. Therefore, he shouted loudly, "He's not a leopard man. He's a human. He's Zi-Chen." Seeing that no one dared to rashly go forward, Zi-Chen suddenly heard such a shout. He turned his head in surprise and saw an 8th-tier outsider. The other party pointed at him and shouted with certainty, "You're a human. You're Zi-Chen." Looking at the direction the other party came from, Zi-Chen vaguely guessed why the other party called out his name. He smiled faintly and said, "Congratulations, you're right." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the leopard men, Zi-Chen magically turned into a human. To them, this was indeed a miraculous scene. The other races came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as they charged toward Zi-Chen. This was the difference. If Zi-Chen was still a leopard man, they would be very frightened and not dare to rashly go forward. However, Zi-Chen was a human. Both sides were already enemies. Even if this human was very strong, he still couldn't intimidate them. Kill! But soon, an even louder and more earth-shaking shout rang out. A group of humans suddenly rushed into the city. Almost 1,000 humans entered the city through the city gate. Then they saw Zi-Chen and the large number of corpses around Zi-Chen. In just a short 10 miles, they killed so many of the other races. This shocked everyone. Seeing almost 1,000 humans, the expressions of the other races changed greatly. The humans didn't stop and directly charged toward the other races. As the armor-piercing weapons showed their might, the other races fell one after another. Even the 8th stage Tiger Man who saw through Zi-Chen's identity was slashed in half by Manshur. There are humans attacking the city. Quickly send the signal. Quickly send the signal and call the experts back. The other races in the city shouted. Then one signal after another was shot into the sky. Over 1,000 people came in. Zi-Chen coldly said, "Quickly close the city gate." The city gate was slammed shut. Zi-Chen led his people and charged into the city. The 2 experts on the rankings were still fighting. The cultivators on both sides couldn't take their eyes off the battle. They were extremely shocked by the strength of the experts on the rankings. Suddenly, from the direction of the Imperial Sky City, a bright light beam shot out and exploded in the sky. Then, more and more light beams rang out. This was the signal for help unique to the other races. It meant that something big had happened in the city. Daku frowned and said, Send someone to take a look." The other races immediately moved. At the same time, Suho roared, "Attack with all your strength." The human side was a little startled, but they quickly reacted. After an earth-shattering battle cry, they charged toward the foreign race army. At the same time, powerful auras appeared one after another. These were all ninth-stage existences with tyrannical battle strength. They were the first to charge into the other races. Thus, a chaotic battle began. Seeing the city gate close with his own eyes, Old Man Shink let out a sigh of relief. "Follow me." Then he waved his hand and signaled for Zi-Chen to follow. "Shindao, the 13 of you follow me," Zi-Chen shouted. Then he followed Old Man Shink and went straight to the center of the city. Shindao and the other 13 people were the ones who obtained the wood protector cultivation technique. They were all in the middle of the 7th stage and had tyrannical battle strength. Along the way, they killed all the cultivators of the other races they encountered. Including Zi-Chen and Old Man Shink, this was a team of 15 people. The entire team had unimaginable battle strength. Ordinary foreign races would not be able to stop them unless a 9th stage expert came. "We don't have much time. We have to speed up," Old Man Shink said in a low voice. The signal had been sent. For 9th stage experts, a mere 100 miles was nothing. The 9th stage of the other races could arrive at any time. Zi-Chan walked in front, unsheathing the black saber in his hand. Groups of foreign races fell to the ground and died. The group flew toward the center of the city at extreme speed. An 8th stage foreign race expert rushed out from the darkness. He roared and charged toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen shook the long spear in his hand and directly used the power of space to dissolve the 8th stage attack. Then he pointed the spear at the foreign race expert's chest. At the same time, Zi-Chen pulled out the saber in his right hand and slashed to the side. Another 8th stage foreign race expert was beheaded. Manshur, who came next, also beheaded a foreign race expert who attacked Zi-Chen from the side. There were not many foreign races in the city, but there were still some 8th stage guards. At this moment, they guessed the purpose of Zi-Chen and the others and came to stop them. No one was idle. Shindao and the others were also killing nonstop. One foreign race expert after another fell in front of them. However, these foreign races were not afraid of death. They kept attacking the team of 15 people. After killing all the way, they finally reached the center of the city. Old Man Shink said excitedly, "Let's go in. The Great City Defense Array is inside. Please don't let it be 9th stage." Zi-Chen looked worried. "Don't worry. It hasn't been there until now. It's definitely." Old Man Shink was full of confidence. However, in the next moment, he seemed to be choked by someone and his words stopped. Chapter 1641. The one who walked out was a Dax Lion man. His steps were steady, and the 9-fold aura around him gave off a great sense of suppression. As he walked out of the building, he looked at everyone with a half-smile. Everyone was at the 7th level, and they were confident in facing an 8th level, but how could they face a 9th level? Old Man Shenker was also stunned. He looked at the 9th level outsider in front of him, dumbfounded. A 9th level outsider might not be able to kill them all, but he could delay them until reinforcements arrived. They didn't need too many reinforcements. As long as 2 more 9th level cultivators came, they would automatically activate the formation without Zi-Chen. 2 9th level cultivators, and this one were enough to kill everyone, including Zi-Chen. At that time, it would truly be like catching a turtle in a jar. You dare to attack the city? You're looking to die. The 9th level Liaman's cold eyes swept over them. There was only one path in front of them. They had to kill him even if they didn't want to. Zi-Chen said telepathically, "Send 4 people to escort the old man to activate the formation. The rest of you, come with me to kill this guy." With that, Zi-Chen rushed towards the 9th level Lion Man. Looking at Zi-chun rushing over, the lionman's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his hand, and a powerful and terrifying power surged in his palm. "Follow the heavenly Tao!" Zi-chun shouted as he moved forward. Shen Tiandao knelt heavily on one knee, and the ground exploded. His face was filled with reverence as he crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. A whirlpool appeared in the sky, and a bright ray of rule power appeared from the whirlpool and fell to the ground. This was the true speed of light, and no one could stop it. It landed on the lion man, who couldn't react at all. After being hit by the light, his body slowed down slightly. Fortune telling. Zi-chun called out another name, Book of Fortune. Immediately after, the voice of fortune telling rang out. A whirlpool appeared in the sky, and a thick book slowly appeared from the whirlpool. It was the Book of Fortune, but compared to the outside world it was very blurry. As the fortune teller muttered to himself, the book in the sky opened a page, and a bright light exploded. Sleepy. This time, the Book of Destiny did not predict life and death. Instead, it allowed the Book of Destiny to emit a ray of light that could trap people. However, this so-called entrapment was only to slow down the ninefold lion man's speed. With the huge gap between their realms, it was impossible to truly trap it. Boom! The energy around Barbarian sure surged as he transformed into a steel giant. He lifted his leg and stomped towards the lion man. Beside him, the vertical pupil on Wu Xie's forehead opened, and a beam of death shot towards the lion man. Swoosh! 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 Shang Guanhong raised his hand and released a large amount of green light. These green lights were like tree seeds. After landing on the ground, they drilled into the hard ground. In the next moment, they broke out of the ground and turned into vines. The vines wrapped around the feet of the ninefold lion beast man and spread upwards. During the process of extending, barbs grew out of the vines, but these barbs couldn't break through the ninefold lion man's defense. This was the difference between the battlefield of despair and the Zhanwu continent. In the Zhanwu continent, these trees could become towering ancient trees, but here they were only vines. Even so, he still had to thank Shomu for teaching him a special cultivation method. The dark screen turned into a black cloud and shrouded the ninefold lion man. The hidden mist's body completely turned into a phantom as it rushed towards the ninefold lion man. In Dongqing's Sea of Consciousness, a bolt of lightning rushed out and went straight for the ninefold lion man. Just as everyone launched their attacks, a few people escorted Old Man Schenker and flew towards the building from another direction. Everyone's attacks were almost the same. It took a long time to describe, but in fact it was almost instantaneous. The lion man's raised palm also fell in an instant. His target was Zi-chun. He was sure that this blow could kill this human. Boom! A huge palm print appeared on the ground, but there was no human figure in the print. With an instant burst of speed, Zi-chun had already flashed behind the lion man and unsheathed his saber. The saber slashed towards the lion man, but a layer of light appeared on the lion man's body as a conditioned reflex. However, this light didn't block Zi-chun's saber. With a slash, a wound appeared on the lion man's body. This was the armor-piercing effect of the saber. Right on the heels of that, Zi-chun's figure constantly flashed around the lion man as he slashed out again and again. Under such circumstances, only the saber's attacks were effective. Among Zi-chun's attacks, some could break through the lion man's defense, while others were repelled. As for whether they could break through the lion man's defense, it all depended on when the black saber's armor-piercing special effect was activated. Just as Zi-chun attacked, the others' attacks landed on the ninefold lion man, but they couldn't break through his defense. Roar! The ninefold lion man let out a deafening roar as a powerful force surged. Under this force, the energy restraints of heavenly Tao and destiny-telling were instantly broken free. The two of them coughed out blood from the backlash. Manshur was sent flying by the Lion Man's punch. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Strength surged as the vines wrapped around his body exploded one after another. The shattered vines shot out in all directions like hidden weapons, sending several people flying. The ninefold energy completely erupted. The nearby people were instantly sent flying by this energy, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Apart from Ziqin, everyone was sent flying. The perfect body was completely stimulated as he barely managed to block the energy blast. The ninefold Lion Man was very powerful. No one could kill him. Due to the other party's keen perception, Chen had failed several times with Dragon Spike. And this time, if he were to be repelled again, the ninefold Lion Man would storm into the building and kill Old Man Schenker and the others. If that were to happen, their entire plan would fail. At that time, everyone would die. At that moment, Ziqin had a chance in front of him. It was a chance that he could perish together with the ninefold Lion Man, but he could save everyone. Time didn't allow Ziqin to consider. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and his body shimmered with resplendent golden light. The power in his body instantly erupted. He held Dragon Spike tightly in his hand and stabbed it at the ninefold Lion Man's back. When Dragon Spike stabbed forward, a vortex appeared outside the Lion Man's back. This vortex was the key to Dragon Spike ignoring defense. Once it successfully stabbed in, the ninefold Lion Man would be severely injured, even if he didn't die. However, the key question was whether Ziqin could successfully stab in, because at that moment, the ninefold Lion Man keenly sensed danger. He didn't even have time to turn around. He clenched his fist and punched behind him. The power of this punch was indescribable. If Ziqin was hit, his head might explode. However, if Ziqin dodged, all of them would die here. In the distance, two figures appeared. Viper looked at the crazed Ziqin and couldn't help but be moved. This is mutual destruction. He will die. Shomu nodded, but soon shook his head. No, he won't die. As soon as he finished speaking, Shomu raised his hand and pointed a finger. A beam of light shot out from his fingertip. Shomu, who was less than the first layer, had no effect on the ninefold Lion Man, but he was very confident that Ziqin wouldn't die. That ray of light fell on the body of the ninefold Lion Beast Man. The latter's figure suddenly swayed slightly, and that fist that contained 100% of its power and explosive speed suddenly stopped. It was just a moment, not even a tenth of a breath. But at this critical moment of life and death, a slight pause was enough to change the entire battle situation. Uft! The dragon spike smoothly pierced through the spatial vortex, ignoring any defense. And Ziqin, whose head should have exploded with a punch, immediately let go of the dragon spike and tilted his head back because of the ninefold Lion Man's paws. The terrifying punch directly brushed past the tip of Ziqin's nose. Ziqin retreated again and again, dodging the attack. His pale face was filled with lingering fear. The others, who were in despair, immediately reacted and continued to besiege the ninefold Lion Man. Ziqin gasped for breath. He felt a little strange in his heart. Why did the opponent's attack suddenly pause? The dragon's spear appeared in his hand in the next moment. Then he sent it into the ninefold Lion Man's body with all his strength. After his heart was pierced, the ninefold Lion Man's strength was greatly reduced. The defense around his body was also reduced to the limit, so the dragon's spear easily broke through his defense. The dragon spike just now had almost extracted 100% of Ziqin's energy. Now, with the dragon spear, Ziqin's body had a little bit of strength again. Time seemed to have stopped. There were a total of 10 weapons stabbed into the ninefold Lion Man's body. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the strange weapon that had pierced his chest first. His eyes were filled with disbelief. One had to know that he was a ninefold Lion Man, a powerful ninefold Lion Man. He still had many powerful techniques that he had not used, such as summoning a totem beast shadow or complete beastification. He had never taken these humans seriously, but this strange weapon had somehow pierced through his body. Moreover, what was even more strange was that strange energy just now. It was not powerful, but it had blocked him for a moment. Just as he was stunned, the dragon spear's devouring effect was activated. The energy and vitality in the lion man's body were rapidly being sucked away. Zi Chen pulled out the dragon spike and then pulled out the dragon spear. The energy that he had just consumed was instantly replenished. And on the Weapons of Despair list, Zi Chen's contribution points immediately increased by 100 points. This was the contribution points that represented killing someone 2 levels higher. Dead, the 9-fold lion man died just like that. As many weapons were pulled out, the 9-fold lion man's body collapsed. His eyes were wide open. Clearly, he had died with grievances. Let's go see how old man Shink is doing. Zi Qin put away the dragon spike and turned around to walk toward the building. Buzz. Suddenly, he felt the entire city tremble. He saw a beam of light shoot into the sky. Then it slowly spread out like a large net, covering the entire Imperial Sky City. This was the Great City Barrier Formation. It had finally been activated. This meant that Old Man Shink had succeeded. When the humans in the city raised their heads and saw the Great City Barrier Formation, they immediately erupted into cheers. As for the foreign races, when they saw the light barrier above their heads, despair appeared in their eyes. The activated Great City Barrier Formation had an extremely strong defense. Even a 9-fold lion man would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. During this time, the other human reinforcements would definitely be able to arrive. As for the foreign races, they would have no room to retreat. Chapter 1642. The activation of the city defense array had already announced the destruction of the alien race. Not to mention whether or not the humans would be able to come back and retake this city. The foreign races in the city would have no chance of surviving. It's over, Shomu said lightly. Yes, it's over. Leader Ziqin is ruthless to the enemy and even more ruthless to himself. No wonder he has so many amazing people around him. Viper couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, if Shomu hadn't made a move just now, the 9-fold lion man would have killed Ziqin when he died. At that critical moment, Ziqin didn't hesitate at all, which showed his temperament. The array was activated, and old man Schenker walked out of the building. When he entered, there were 4 people following him, but now there were only 2 people. One is dead, and the other is seriously injured. The battle was not over yet. Schenker took 2 people out to kill the enemy, and the seriously injured one stayed there to guard. Ziqin glanced around and saw the body of one of his companions, one of the 13 people. 2 of the 13 people Ziqin trusted the most, and were the most powerful, had died in this battle. The 9-fold lion man was too strong, and not everyone could withstand a blow from him without dying. The array was activated, and Shantian and the others were healing their injuries. Just now, they either suffered a backlash or were seriously injured. How long can the array last? Ziqin glanced at the body and asked in a deep voice, "Don't worry, they will definitely come." Okay. The others start to clean up the battlefield. This time, a great number of non-humankind beings were killed or injured. Every single non-humankind heart was a great fortune. At the same time, Ziqin led the others who could still fight and continued to kill the aliens here. About half an hour later, the battle was coming to an end, and there were no more aliens on the street. Next, they had to go to the houses to search carefully, which was a time-consuming process. Ziqin gathered everyone here, no longer paying attention to the other alien races. After that, he began to count the number of people. There were originally more than 1,200 people, but after counting, there were still more than 500 people left. Not counting the injured, the number of people killed directly reached more than 700. However, the number of aliens they killed was as high as 3,000. All right, from now on, all of you guard that place with all your might. Zi Chun pointed at the building that Shen Tian was guarding. That was the key point of the entire city. As long as they guarded that place, everyone would be safe before the formation was broken. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone gathered here. Zi Qin, on the other hand, led the others to the top of the city wall and looked towards the north. We've won the battle. We've succeeded, but you don't seem happy at all. Old man Shenker appeared beside Ziqin. There are too many casualties, Ziqin said. That's how war is, Old man Shenker said calmly. But it can be avoided. Ziqin turned his head and stared at Shenker. Shenker spread out his hands and said, I know you've been holding a grudge, but don't blame me. I'm just an old man, not the mayor. I can't make the decision to deploy the troops. Ziqin turned his head and continued to look to the north. Old man Shenker patted Ziqin's shoulder and said, Don't worry. When we successfully take back this city, you'll be compensated. Ziqin's face showed anger. Compensate me? I'm still alive and well. What compensation do I need? The ones who should be compensated are those who died. Old man Shenker lightly said, In the battlefield of despair, the dead don't need to be compensated. Only 700 people died, yet we were able to conquer a city. Boy, in my eyes, this is already a miracle. Do you know how many people have died since the humans discovered this battlefield of despair? If not tens of millions, then at least millions. Compared to that many dead people, a mere 700 people is nothing. Ziqin was silent. He had killed countless people and should have been used to death, but there were some things that he just couldn't let go. The compensation will be given to you, the leader. I guarantee you'll benefit a lot. Ziqin shook his head and said, I don't want my compensation. Give it to the others who are still alive. I'll pass on the message. Old man Shenker looked at Ziqin strangely. At the end of his line of sight, black figures suddenly appeared. Then, more and more black figures appeared. It's the foreign races, Shen Tian shouted. Sure enough, the foreign races appeared at the end of his line of sight. They were densely packed, numbering more than 10,000, and this number was still increasing. In the sky, there were also foreign race figures, almost all of them at the 9th rank. There are so many of them. Can we hold them off? Ziqin's eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry. Look behind us, Old man Shenker said confidently. As Ziqin continued to look behind, traces of humans appeared in his line of sight. The first to appear were human 9th tier cultivators. Among them, there was a bald head that was very conspicuous. Extremely powerful energy surged around him. Every time he attacked, at least one 9th rank foreign race expert would fall from the sky. It was unknown whether they were dead or injured. That's Su Ho. Seeing Ziqin's shocked expression, Old man Shenker explained. Su Ho, ranked 100 on the battlefield of despair, Ziqin said in surprise. Also Su Ho, ranked 100 on the 3 lists, Old man Shenker added. Humans, damn it. It's the humans who have taken over our city. The Great City Barrier Formation has been activated, but there are only humans inside. The foreign races quickly arrived at the city, but what they saw was the fully activated Great City Barrier Formation. And within the formation, they saw the figures of humans. With these humans cutting off the escape route, the 8th rank humans attacked with all their might. Speaking of which, the foreign races were almost desperate. They kept attacking the Great City Barrier Formation, but the formation's defense was too strong. They couldn't break it in a short time. If they continued to delay, the foreign races would only suffer more casualties. The humans had obviously planned this. This time, they sent many 9th rank existences, which directly caught the foreign races off guard. The chaotic battle continued, and so did the death toll. Old man Shenker pointed at the battlefield below and said, Do you see that? During this time, nearly 1,000 humans have died. Zi-Chen ignored the old man. In his heart, these were all lives, but in the old man's heart, they were just numbers. If we activate the formation, will we not be able to get out? Zi-Chen suddenly asked. What do you mean? Old man Schenker looked at Zi-Chen in confusion. Zi-Chen pointed at the 7th rank foreign races who were attacking the formation below and said, I don't like them. I want to continue killing. You're crazy. There are tens of thousands of foreign races there. Old man Schenker looked at Zi-Chen like an idiot. The more the better. Tell me how to get out, Zi-Chen said coldly. Crazy man, no one cares if you want to die. Just rush out. But once you get out, you won't be able to come back. Zi-Chen obviously didn't hear the latter part of the words. He had already jumped down the city wall. When the foreign races saw a person appear in the sky, they all attacked. In an instant, hundreds of attacks landed on Zi-Chen. These attacks exploded in the sky. Zi-Chen had already landed in the midst of the foreign races. His eyes became extremely cruel. He unsheathed the long saber in his hand. Swoosh! The bright saber light drew a circle around Zi-Chen. This circle spread out for 5 meters. There were no longer any living foreign races in the 10-meter circle. After clearing out an area of 10 meters, the other foreign races immediately rushed towards Zi-Chen. However, Zi-Chen, who displayed extreme speed, dodged dozens of attacks and flashed into the midst of the foreign races again. The more foreign races there were, the less likely Zi-Chen would die. This was because the attacks of an expert couldn't kill the foreign races around him. Most importantly, Zi-Chen had extreme speed. This was his greatest reliance. The second area with a radius of 10 meters was cleared out by Zi-Chen. Within this area, about 37th rank foreign races were killed. Some were seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. Spread out, spread out! An 8th rank foreign race shouted. Then they rushed towards Zi-Chen. Swoosh! Zi-Chen's figure flashed again. He specifically rushed towards the area with the most foreign races. When he appeared, he unsheathed the saber while the surrounding people were unprepared. On the city wall, everyone could clearly see Zi-Chen's attack. They were all amazed by Zi-Chen's speed. Old man Schenker was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Speaking of which, he had never seen such a killing method before. Seeing that Zi-Chen was using it so skillfully, it was obvious that this wasn't the first time he had done it. There were too many foreign races, but they couldn't do anything to Zi-Chen. Their greatest advantage in numbers had become their greatest obstacle at this moment. The few people on the city wall felt their blood boil. Shentiandio licked his lips and said, It feels like we're back in the nether realm. I really miss that time. Speaking of which, my hands are itching. Beside him, Fortune Teller smiled faintly and said, This isn't the nether realm. This is the battlefield of despair. Our speed and combat strength are greatly suppressed. If we go down rashly, we won't be slaughtering like Zi-Chen. We'll be chopped to pieces by the foreign races. The others nodded. Fortune Teller was indeed telling the truth. Zi-Chen, who was slaughtering below, didn't have any tactics to speak of. The only thing that kept Zi-Chen alive was his speed and the sharpness of the black saber. Of course, the dragon spear's devouring method was also a very important factor. It could ensure that Zi-Chen had an endless supply of energy. Zi-Chen, who had rushed into the battlefield, had undoubtedly killed a group of foreign races and effectively prevented them from attacking the formation. But the most important battlefield was still behind them. It was a battle between the powerhouses of both sides. All the 9th-level foreign races were restrained by the human powerhouses. This was also the reason why Zi-Chen was killing like crazy here, but no 9th-level foreign race came to stop Zi-Chen. But everyone knew that the final battle was still in the sky between the two giant beasts. Once a victor was decided, it would represent the victory of the human race and the foreign races. Roar! The giant wolf roared, and 2 materialized energy attacks shot out from its spectral eye. Roar! The lion roared and raised its paw to slap forward. The void shook, and a terrifying energy dissipated. The two beasts fought again, and blood rained down from the sky. This battle was very tragic. The giant wolf's abdomen had a deep wound, and blood spurted out from the wound. As for one of the lion's claws, it was cut off. The battlefield below was just as tragic as the battle in the sky. In the end, the lion was no match. With a wail, it fled with serious injuries. Roar! The giant blue wolf roared to the sky, looking down at the battlefield with the posture of a victor. The lion fled, and the foreign races below also lost their will to fight and began to flee. In this battle, the humans had won a complete victory and took back their city. Chapter 1643. Due to Jean Sher's defeat and escape, the entire foreign race army had lost their morale and completely collapsed. They no longer tried to attack the Great City Barrier Formation in vain and instead ran around the city towards the Dax Plains. During this period of time, the humans were still chasing after them. Because all of the 9 heavens were either tied down or focused on escaping, no one paid any attention to Zichen. Thus, during the chase, Zichen was like a fish in water, killing happily. His contribution points were rapidly increasing. Die! A cold shout rang out as the silver spear stabbed into the back of a foreign race's heart. Then, the spear began to devour and feed back energy. Zichen, who had expended a lot of energy, was instantly replenished. Seeing that the humans had expended a lot of energy, the other foreign races who were gradually gathering towards Zichen were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene and turned to run. Zichen smiled coldly and pulled out his saber, drawing another perfect saber-light circle. This time, they chased all the way to the Dax Plains. Along the way, the foreign race army had suffered heavy casualties. The humans swept away their previous grievances and killed to their heart's content. However, once they entered the foreign race's territory, the army stopped. However, there were still some humans who chased after them. The situation had already stabilized. If they continued to chase, they might be at a disadvantage. Su Ho brought his people back to Imperial Sky City. Old Man Shink received the news and closed the Great City Barrier Formation, allowing the army to enter the city. Right now, only the surviving humans were left in the city. They gathered together and witnessed the arrival of the human army. The leader, Su Ho, walked over. His gaze swept across everyone as he nodded and said, "Well done." Around Su Ho, there was an invisible pressure. This pressure fell on the 7 heavens, causing them to feel suffocated. Hearing Su Ho's praise, not only did they not feel proud, they were so nervous that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. "I heard that your leader is called Zichen. Which one is he?" Su Ho asked indifferently. "Sir, Leader Zichen is not here," Shantian said. "Call him over to see me," Su Ho said indifferently. "He went out to hunt foreign races and has not returned yet," Shantian replied indifferently. This time, his tone was not as polite as it should be. Su Ho frowned slightly and glanced at Shantian. "So this is your attitude." A huge pressure emerged, and Shantian groaned and took 2 steps back, his face pale. The existences on the ranking board were indeed powerful. Those who were close to the path of heaven also felt great pressure. "We suffered hundreds of casualties to take down the Royal Sky City. Could it be that this is the treatment we deserve?" Shantian coldly stated, withstanding the pressure. "You guys did it." Su Ho swept a glance at Shantian Dao, and a mocking smile flashed across his lips. "Everyone has a share in taking down this city. As for you little 7th stage fellows, you actually feel that you have contributed greatly. Don't forget who was the one who provided you with these things." Shantian was speechless. It was true that the items were provided by the people of the Royal Sky region, but they were only refined weapons. The main enhancement effects were all added by Zichen. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to take down the city, they wouldn't have launched an attack in advance. This way, there wouldn't be hundreds of casualties. Moreover, with Ziqin, they could be self-sufficient. There was no meaning in taking down this city. But now, after taking down the city with heavy casualties, they received such treatment. There is no right or wrong in the battlefield of despair. There is only life and death and only obedience. Glancing at these little brats at the 7th stage, Suho said coldly, "Tell Zichun to come see me when he returns. Of course, if he dies outside, pretend that I didn't say anything. Next, you guys have to regroup and fight against the foreign races." After that, Suho laughed mockingly. "You guys only killed a few foreign races, and you think that you have contributed greatly. A few foreign races? For the sake of that 9th stage foreign race, Zichun almost gave up his life. Hundreds of people were furious, but in the face of such a huge difference in strength, they couldn't speak at all. As for the other cultivators who came with Su Ho, they were all looking at Shantian Dao and the others mockingly. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire city trembled. This caused everyone's expression to change. They thought that the foreign races were invading again. A dazzling golden light appeared from somewhere in the Imperial Sky City, illuminating the entire city. Looking at the source of the golden light, many of the 7th stage cultivators were puzzled. It was their first time coming to the Imperial Sky City. They didn't know what was in the city. Among the crowd, Wharton's eyes flashed as he exclaimed, "It's the place of the weapon list of despair. Could it be that someone has successfully entered the list?" Wharton didn't care about anything else and directly flew towards the weapon list of despair. Shantian Dao and the others were also curious as they followed closely behind Wharton. After that, even more people rushed over. The weapon list of despair. Ever since Su Ho reached the 100th position 1,000 years ago, this position had never changed. At this moment, the towering stone board was emitting golden light. Someone must have entered the top 100, and the most likely possibility was to squeeze into the 100th position, squeezing out Suho's name. Normally, those 8th or 9th stage cultivators wouldn't care, but now, killing a 7th stage cultivator wouldn't even increase their contribution points. Naturally, they wouldn't care about a mere 7th stage cultivator's ranking. But today, Suho was present. Moreover, Suho's name was most likely to be squeezed out of the rankings. This caused everyone to be very curious. Hence, they all flew towards the weapon list of despair. The towering weapon list could be seen from afar. Usually, this was a pitch-black list with only the words on it being golden. But today, the entire list was emitting a dazzling golden light. Within the golden light, there were names representing powerful existences. The first name was Long Fei, and the golden words were resplendent. After that, the names were listed one by one. At the 100th position, Su Ho's name was Su Ho. Su Ho's current contribution points were 7,501. His name was still at the 100th position, not dropping at all. Looking at the weapon list of despair that didn't change, everyone was puzzled. Since the rankings didn't change, why was the board emitting golden light? Su Ho stood afar with a gloomy expression. He knew that it wasn't that the rankings didn't change, but that the time wasn't right. It should be him. After closing the grand array, old man Schenker rushed over, looking at the board with anticipation. The weapon list of despair trembled again, and the golden light on the list became even more dazzling. But this time, the 99 names on the list were all restrained. Only Suho's name was still shining with golden light. Suho's 2 words were resplendent and dazzling. This represented the glory of the past. Even if it was about to fade, it was still shining with a dazzling golden light, telling people of the past glory. But Suho didn't think so. He felt that it was a kind of humiliation. Under the dazzling golden light, Suho's name faded, and the golden light also converged until it disappeared. The next moment, the golden light rose again. It went from dim to bright, and finally became dazzling, representing another shining star. A new name appeared in the golden light, Zichen. In front was Zichen's 2 words, followed by 7,502 contribution points. He was only 1 point away from Suho. Look, it's Zichen. Leader Zichen. Leader Zichen has entered the weapon list of despair. The crowd burst into waves of cheers. Entering the weapon list of despair represented the glory, the highest glory. Some people deliberately raised their cheers after knowing that the name that was squeezed out was the Lord just now. Haha, who said that Leader Zichen is dead? Isn't he alive and well? He even entered the top 100 of the weapon list. Man sure laughed wantonly. At the same time, he glanced at Su Ho, whose face was somewhat ugly. A new generation replacing the old. Haha, rising star. Mist-hidden shadow laughed. Beside Su Ho, a rank 9 martial artist snorted. It's just a little contribution point. At most, we can say that this little guy is lucky. That's right, he's just a lucky little guy. The others nodded, and Su Ho's ugly face gradually eased. On the list, the dazzling golden light gradually began to converge, but Zichen's name was still shining with golden light. Just as he entered the list, the contribution points behind his name increased again. It was originally 7,502, but it increased by 100 points in an instant, becoming 7,602. Then the number continued to increase by 30, then 50. The reason for this increase was because the process of changing the list was a little long. During this period, Zichen obtained new contribution points. As the points continued to increase, Zichen's contribution points immediately passed the 8,000 mark, surpassing Su Ho's by a few hundred. The rank 9 martial artist who just said that Zichen was lucky also obediently shut his mouth and looked at the list in disbelief. In just a short while, it increased by more than 500 points. One had to know that this represented the lives of more than 500 foreign races. Thinking back, it was very difficult for their contribution points to increase. Even if there were many foreign races to kill now, it shouldn't have increased so quickly. Could it be that he was slaughtering the foreign races? The others were also shocked. Su Ho's eyes stared at the constantly increasing contribution points in silence. The 99th place originally had 8,030 contribution points, and now Zichen was only 30 points away from surpassing it. Surpass, surpass. Surpass, surpass. Shantian and the others were just a step away from changing the list. Then the hundreds of people who were lucky enough to survive also shouted in unison. Buzz! The golden light on the desperate weapon ranking trembled again, and then it burst out with golden light again. Hundreds of people saw this scene and cheered loudly. In the golden light, the glory of the older generation gradually faded, and Zichen, who represented the newcomers, rose to the 99th place. As for the original 100, it was no longer Su Ho, but Wharton. He now had 7,111 contribution points, which was less than 400 points away from Su Ho's previous contribution points. Wharton, you're also on the list. Everyone cheered again. Compared to Zichen's absence, Wharton was standing here. The gazes of the others all subconsciously turned towards Wharton. They all wanted to take a look at this 7th layer, who was just a hair's breadth away from replacing Su Ho's position. Wharton should be happy to be in the top 100. But when he thought that Zichen had reached the 99th place in just a few years, Wharton couldn't help but smile bitterly. Everyone cheered louder and louder. Su Ho left with his people expressionlessly. The dignity that everyone had just lost was recovered by Zichen at this moment. In their eyes, Su Ho left with his tail between his legs. Chapter 1644. Zi Qin still didn't know what happened in the city. He followed the group of 8th level experts as they headed towards the Imperial Sky City. Speaking of which, these 8th level experts were all incomparably impressed by Zi Qin, because Zi Qin's killing methods were truly incomparable, even faster than all of them combined. More importantly, he could even jump levels to kill enemies. If this continues, the Desperate Weapons ranking will change sooner or later. Zi Qin, you will be able to enter the Desperate Weapons ranking sooner or later. A burly man spoke. He still didn't know that Zi Qin had already entered the Desperate Weapons ranking. Isn't that so? In such a short period of time, how many contribution points has Zi Qin earned? Roughly 1,000. Everyone chatted as they entered the Imperial Sky City. Zi Qin also extended an invitation. Everyone, we will hold a celebratory banquet tonight. Come and drink with us at that time. Just as they entered the city, the entire city was discussing the matter of Zi Qin entering the Desperate Weapons ranking. I've entered the Desperate Weapons ranking? Zi Qin had a look of astonishment on his face as he hurried towards the Desperate Weapons ranking. As expected, Zi Qin saw his name on the Desperate Weapons ranking. He didn't expect that he would be ranked 99, with Wharton at the 100th place. I guessed that you would come here. A voice rang out. Zi Qin didn't even turn his head as he replied, Your words will cause the hearts of many to turn cold. The person who came was a fortune teller. He could only calculate and not guess. Arriving in front of Zi Qin, the fortune teller spoke in a low voice. There might be trouble. What trouble? Zi Qin froze, not understanding what was going on. Since the battle had ended, it should be time to reward everyone. How could there be trouble? And even if there was trouble, it wasn't something they should be worried about. Those 9th level experts should be the ones to take care of it. They were only in charge of occupying the city. Naturally, they would need experts to defend it. As for them, they had already completed their mission after invading this place. When Marquis Su first entered the city, there was a problem with his attitude towards us. During that time, both sides had some disagreements. He seemed to be prejudiced against us. After that, you kicked him off the list. The trouble I'm talking about is that you might be in trouble. The fortune teller explained everything as quickly as he could. You call this troublesome? Those on the ranking list possess great combat power. They definitely won't be narrow-minded. You guys are worrying too much. Besides, it's normal for the ranking list to change. If there's a higher ranking, there's naturally a lower ranking. Zi Qin didn't seem to care at all. The fortune teller took a deep look at Zi Qin and said, I hope it is as you say. Okay, Marquis Su wants you to go over. In the original City Lord's mansion, Zi Qin saw Su Ho. Su Ho's body naturally emitted a dense, baleful aura, but this baleful aura could not suppress Zi Qin's perfect body. Zi Qin stood in front of Su Ho without any discomfort. Old Schenker was sitting right next to Su Ho. Judging from his position, he seemed to be on an equal footing with Su Ho. So you are Zi Qin. Su Ho looked at Zi Qin from head to toe, and there seemed to be a glint in his eyes. Yes, Zi Qin greets Lord. Zi Qin cupped his fists and bowed. I'm not bad. Su Ho nodded. The light in his eyes dimmed, and his face was expressionless. Congratulations on taking back the city, Lord, Zi Qin said again. Hearing this, Su Ho's expression eased up for once. Lord, this time we also suffered many casualties. I promised them that if we survived, we would drink and celebrate in the city tonight. Nonsense. As soon as Zi Qin finished speaking, Su Ho frowned and said, What time is it now? You still have the mood to drink? We're too weak. At best, we caught them off guard. After that, we won't have any room to play. Zi Qin smiled. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the city. If we let you indulge, what about the others? Su Ho said in a low voice. Zi Qin turned to look at Old Man Schenker. It seemed that the two of them had discussed this before. There shouldn't be any problems at this stage. Ahem. Old man Schenker coughed softly and said, "Since they don't have to do anything, there's nothing wrong with rewarding these little guys once. After all, this time they contributed a lot." Schenker had already spoken, but Suho still shook his head and said, "No, I have to treat everyone equally. If I reward them, what about the others? Don't tell me they didn't contribute. Didn't they die? You should know that most of the people who died today were at the 8th layer. There were even some 9th layer who died." Zi Chen's expression didn't change, but his mood became gloomy. Just as the fortune teller said, this existence on the list seemed to be very narrow-minded. It seemed that Zi Chen's team was not under Su Ho's management. How you treat your subordinates is your own problem. What right do you have to control my team? Of course, Zi Chen couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, he would completely offend Su Ho. "Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take you in. After that, you will be stationed with the others," Su Ho said coldly. "I'm really sorry. Tomorrow I happen to go out to hunt the alien race," Zi Chen said indifferently. "You dare to disobey?" Su Ho stared coldly at Zi Chen. "We are just a ragtag team. We don't have the strength to resist." Zi Chen looked up at Su Ho and said, "Obviously." Zi Chen's words made it clear that he wasn't under Su Ho's management. "Zi Chen, your task is done. There's nothing for you to do now. You can go wherever you want. If you want to stay here, there's no problem." Schenker waved his hand and said, "Well, you can leave now. I have something to discuss with Su Ho." "Okay, I'll leave tonight." Zi Chen nodded and turned to leave. "What do you mean? Don't you know that we're lacking people right now?" After Zi Chen left, Su Ho looked at Old Man Schenker with dissatisfaction. Old Man Schenker's previous gentle attitude was swept away. He looked coldly at Su Ho and said, "Zi Chen is Tang Nua's subordinate. Attacking Zi Chen is equivalent to attacking Tang Nua. I believe that whoever violates the rules and kills Zi Chen will pay a heavy price." Su Ho's expression changed slightly. "Schenker, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'll attack that little guy?" Schenker spoke in a meaningful tone. "I'm just reminding you. No matter who you work for, no matter how powerful the power behind you is, they definitely won't be able to protect you when Tang Nua is about to kill you. He has the authority to do so. Even if the power behind you pursues the matter, Tang Nua will only lose some benefits. No power will fall out with Tang Nua because of you. However, Tang Nua will fight with his life on the line because of Zi Chen. Also, according to the rules, Zi Chen is under my care. This old man's strength in the battlefield of despair might be weak, but if I claim to be number 2 in terms of connections, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Su Ho's expression turned extremely unsightly. Clearly, Old Man Schenker's words were a threat to him. "No matter how strong you all are this time around, if it wasn't for Zi Chen and the others, you might not even be able to reclaim the Royal Sky City even after 10 years or 100 years. But even so, this is as far as they can go. I don't know why you're targeting him or them, but I'm sure you're very clear in your heart. Su Ho, at this time, you must not stand on the wrong side." After speaking, Old Man Schenker turned and left, leaving behind an unsightly-looking Su Ho who was deep in thought. After leaving the City Lord Manor, Zi Chen gathered the others. Very quickly, several hundred people gathered. Zi Chen spoke. "Next, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the celebratory banquet will be cancelled. Not only that, I'm preparing to head out to temper myself for a period of time. For those who wish to leave with me, prepare to register at the Desolate Region weapon ranking. If you wish to stay behind, I won't stop you." The crowd was in an uproar, clearly not understanding what was going on. Why would the celebratory banquet be cancelled for no reason? There were people in the crowd who vaguely guessed the meaning behind Zi Chen's words, and their countenances involuntarily changed. "Those who wish to leave with me, stand on the left. Those who are unwilling to leave, Stand at your original location. Zichen spoke again. What happened? Wharton stepped forward and asked. Zichen shook his head. Nothing. After this matter is settled, I'm preparing to head out to temper myself and raise my cultivation base. Wharton nodded. After that he patted Zichen's shoulder and said, Take care then. You too, Zichen said. Wharton left, having made his choice. A powerhouse like him was proud to begin with, and naturally couldn't follow Zichen forever. It wasn't very difficult to make a choice, especially when one guessed that there would be some kind of unforeseen event. For example, Miao and the others who had been tempering themselves from the start quickly analyzed the situation and chose to stay in the city. Shen Tian and the others didn't hesitate and walked to the left. Apart from them, a few survivors from Shantian and Destiny City also walked to the left. Shoumu and Viper had already established trust with Zichen and also walked to the left. Of the 500 people in the group, nearly 200 were trainees, and almost all of them chose to stay. The remaining 300 were from Shantian Prefecture, but not all of them chose to follow Zichen. Only a little over 100 people walked to the left. In other words, nearly 400 of the 500 people chose to stay. Looking at these people, Zichen said, It's fate that we've all met. Consider the spirit crystals you owe me as a reward for winning the battle. Farewell, everyone. Many people lowered their heads in shame. They guessed that Zichen's hurry to leave had something to do with Lord Suho. Zichen had only just entered the soldier ranking, while Suho was already a powerhouse overseeing a region. Although they didn't have the right to choose Suho's side, they chose to protect themselves. The remaining 100 or so people went to the soldier ranking of despair to register. Later, they would be rewarded with contribution points for killing aliens. After that, Zichen led the group away. At the city gates, Zichen met Old Man Schenker. The old man looked at Zichen and said, Don't worry, no one can break the rules and attack you. Zichen nodded, but still chose to leave. It wasn't that Zichen didn't trust the old man, but there were many desperados in this world. They weren't even afraid of death. So why would they care about mere rules? The current Zichen still didn't have the ability to deal with a 9th tier, so he could only avoid them. After leaving the Imperial Sky City, Zichen led the group directly to the Blackstone Mountains. They would be resting there for a period of time. Each of them carried a big bag behind them. This was their harvest today. Zichen couldn't understand Suho's attitude. He guessed that Suho might be a member of the Wang clan, but he didn't think it was possible. After all, no matter how powerful the Wang clan was, how could they bribe an expert on the soldier ranking? Suho wasn't just in existence in the top 100 of the Desperate Regions ranking. He was also the only one in 1,000 years to be on the Desperate Regions ranking. It could be said that he was the strongest person in 1,000 years. Chapter 1645. Zichen only suspected that Suho was from the Wang family. However, even if he had the slightest suspicion, he wouldn't let himself and the others take the risk. Although he had never directly interacted with the Wang family, Zichen already knew that the Wang family didn't get along with the Shantian Prefecture. Zichen could accept that the Wang family wanted to kill him because of the dragon spike. Killing people for treasures wasn't a big deal. It was very normal. However, Shantian, Fortune Teller, and the others didn't have any enmity with the Wang family. Yet, when they entered, they unexpectedly encountered the Wang family. What did that mean? It meant that the Wang family wanted to kill them. It couldn't be because of him, because the Wang family wouldn't be so senseless. The only possibility was that they had a grudge with the Shantian Prefecture and hoped that all the geniuses who came would die inside, greatly weakening the Shantian Prefecture's combat power. When they arrived at the Blackstone mountain range, everyone began to recuperate. After today's battle, everyone was exhausted. Some were even injured. However, They had continuously traveled for several hours. This made Zi Qin feel somewhat apologetic. Zi Chen began to collect the alien hearts in everyone's hands. While everyone was resting and recuperating, he wanted to condense a new batch of law chips for them to use. As for the spirit crystals and elixirs used by everyone, they were given to Shomu to condense. Cauldron Spirit had once said that Shomu could condense a spirit crystal with a drop of tree sap. This wasn't false at all. Zi Chen had seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, the spirit crystals condensed by Shomu weren't any weaker than ordinary spirit crystals. In fact, the quality was even better. This was because Shomu had extracted a lot of natural energy and injected it. While Dan Ding was condensing the law chips, Zi Chen was refining the alien hearts at the side. In today's battle, other than entering the ranking, Zi Chen had also gained a lot. During the battle, he had obtained a few extra storage pouches. He had even filled these pouches with alien hearts. His perfect body had been completely stimulated. However, Zi Chen's physical body and the thickness of his energy were still far from reaching his current limit. Next, Zi Chen still needed to use the Devouring God Seal to refine the alien hearts and strive to reach his limit. As for the others, they couldn't stay here forever. He only needed to wait until Su Ho and the others left. Zi Chen believed that it was impossible for a ranker like Su Ho to stay in the Royal Sky City forever. Half a year, at most half a year. As long as the situation was stabilized, Su Ho would withdraw. That night, Dan Ding finished refining everyone's harvest. After Zi Chen traded with everyone for a very low price, they headed straight for the Dax Plains. Strength growth could not be achieved through cultivation alone. Combat was also a major factor in promoting strength growth. Now that the non-humankind army had all retreated to Dax Plain, this place was bustling with activity again. Increasing his strength was one of the reasons. Another reason was that Zi Chen didn't want Su Ho to live too comfortably during this period. Since old Schenker had promised that no one would break the rules and kill him, Zi Chen would have to put some pressure on those with ulterior motives. Right now, he was ranked 99th, and his contribution points were as high as 8,000. He was only 3,000 points away from the first place on the list, Long Fei. Right now, the alien army was gathered in the Dax Plains. To Zi Chen, this was an opportunity. He believed that the #1 position on the Absolute Realm Weapon Board was definitely more important than the number 100. Zi Chen walked into the Dax Plains and began his slaughter. Su Ho remained in Imperial Sky City, sending out one order after another. During this time, a steady stream of 9th rank experts arrived. Next, they would take on the role of guards and continue to protect this place. All the cultivators in the city were busy. Only the 400 cultivators who chose to stay behind had nothing to do. Just as old Schenker had said, their use was only to catch the enemy off guard. After that, they had no value. During this time, Zi Chen left with his trusted subordinates, so Su Ho couldn't be bothered with them. In the evening, Su Ho was inspecting the city to see if there were any loopholes. Suddenly, the entire city trembled, and then a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire city. It's the Absolute Realm Weapon Board. Could it be that someone has entered? Someone cried out in alarm, and then rushed to the Absolute Realm Weapon Board. A moment later, the news spread. It was true that a newcomer had entered, but the prerequisite was that the original 98th rank expert had been pushed down. Zi Chen's ranking had risen again to the 98th rank. He really went to kill the outsiders. In front of the Absolute Realm Weapon Board, Wharton couldn't help but bitterly smile as he looked at his 99th rank. If it was said that he was only a few hundred away from the former Su Ho when he was ranked 100 earlier, his ranking could be considered to be well-deserved. However, the current 99th place was completely due to Zi Chen's efforts. The news quickly spread throughout the city. Su Ho, who was still patrolling, turned back to the city Lord Manor with an unnatural expression. On this day, the outsiders didn't attack the city. The next day, the alarm sounded. The scouts found the outsiders gathering 10 li away, seemingly preparing to attack the city. Su-ho stood on the city wall, his cold eyes sweeping over the distance. He stood there for half a day. Wang. The outsiders didn't attack, and the atmosphere in the city was very stifling. Just after noon, the city trembled again, startling the extremely nervous people. In fact, it was just a false alarm. The trembling came from the absolute realm weapon board. Someone had activated the board again, and golden light filled the entire city. Ziqin, who was originally ranked 98th, had risen again to the 97th rank. Wharton's rank had also risen to the 98th rank. Behind Wharton, there were 2 lucky people who had entered the board. In 3 consecutive days, he had risen by 4 ranks, which shocked everyone. The 97th rank was only 20 contribution points away from the 96th rank. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to seeing if Ziqin's rank would rise again. Until night fell, Ziqin's rank didn't change, which disappointed everyone. On this day, the outsiders still didn't attack the city. On the 3rd day, the sky was bright, and the outsiders began to attack the city. The human side was already prepared. A group of experts rushed out, led by Su-ho. Another expert on the board came from the outsiders. His battle strength wasn't weaker than Su-ho's, and the 2 fought in the air. After 2 hours, the 2 had exhausted a lot of energy, so they stopped fighting. Su-ho didn't know if it was a coincidence, but as soon as he entered the city, he saw the whole city covered in golden light again. He didn't need to think to know that it was Ziqin's doing. Obviously, he was now ranked 96th. Su-ho, who was already tired, had a gloomy expression. Rising 1 rank a day was obviously Ziqin's intention. As expected, after rising in rank early, there was no change in the despair weapon board for the entire day. Immediately after, the rankings changed again on the 2nd day. Before leaving, Ziqin had already memorized the contribution points of all the names on the board. In the following process of hunting, Ziqin was stuck at a certain point. Normally, it was very difficult to obtain contribution points, but now it was easy to obtain. Of course, he had to ensure his own battle strength first. The battle between the humans and the outsiders continued. During this time, several 8th rank experts would disappear for no reason. But because it was a battle, life and death were unavoidable. There were tens of thousands of people, so a few were nothing. Time passed, and the people in the city gradually got used to the board changing every day. They also got used to the fact that a new person would drop out every day. Until now, the last newcomer who entered the rankings only had 4,000 contribution points. Compared to Su-ho's 7,000 contribution points, there was a difference of more than 3,000 contribution points. In a month, Ziqin's ranking rose by 30 places, and he was ranked 70th. Wharton had been following closely behind Ziqin. However, because of this month's battle, his contribution points had also reached 8,000, surpassing Su-ho's 7,500 points. In this month, the outsiders often launched siege battles, but they did not succeed once. Soon, the 2nd month passed, and Ziqin's ranking reached 40th. He had already squeezed out 60 seniors from the list. Now, the last person's score was only 3,000 points. 2 months later, Ziqin returned to the Blackstone Mountains and gave everyone some law chips before leaving again. Just after Ziqin left, Shomu met everyone alone and asked them the same question. I have a special cultivation technique, but it can only be cultivated by yourself and cannot be imparted to others. Are you willing to learn it? If you are, then I will add a restriction to the cultivation technique. If it is leaked, the restriction will automatically activate and destroy the soul. Finally, Shomu made up his mind to impart a new cultivation technique to these people. This Cultivation technique was the cultivation technique that he had imparted to the 13 people. However, Shomu did not completely trust them, so he added a restriction to the cultivation technique. Among the nearly 100 people, no one refused. After Shomu imparted the cultivation technique, the combat strength of these people also increased by leaps and bounds. The third month passed quickly. Under everyone's numb expressions, Zichen's ranking reached 10th place. Following that, Zichen's ranking rose somewhat slowly because the outsiders had completely retreated and given up on attacking the city. 2 days later, Zichen reached 9th place. Another 3 days later, Zichen reached 8th place. This time, on the 4th day, Zichen reached 7th place. Another 6 days later, Zichen reached 6th place. The situation in the city had stabilized, and most of them were preparing to evacuate. However, no one left. Almost all of them were paying attention to the despair soldier list. Clearly, if this situation continued, the number 1 person on the despair soldier list, who had not changed for 10,000 years, might fail. Long Fei, who was the number 1 on the despair soldier list, had been on the list for 10,000 years. 7 days later, Zichen reached 5th place. Since the situation had stabilized, Suho did not leave. Instead, he stayed in the city with the others. Clearly, he wanted to witness this historic moment. Another half a month passed, and Zichen's ranking reached 2nd place. Looking at Zichen, who was in 2nd place, and then at Long Fei, who was in 1st place, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. The ranking that had not changed for 10,000 years was about to change under their witness. However, this wait lasted for half a month. Zichen's contribution points increased slowly, which made everyone feel pressured, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Chapter 1646. Long Fei's name turned golden, resplendent and dazzling. It seemed to bear witness to this first person in 10,000 years. The golden light illuminated the entire city for a long time. As the golden light shone, the entire city fell into cheers. This was a historical moment. Long Fei, who had occupied 1st place for 10,000 years, was finally going to be replaced by a newcomer. Long Fei's name faded in the golden light, representing the end of an era. Zichen's name jumped to the top, heralding the arrival of a new era. A new generation would replace the old. Zichen. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. This was Zichen's contribution. He had surpassed Long Fei and directly reached the top. At this historical moment, the entire city was cheering. The 1st place name was so eye-catching. It meant that there was a successor, and the future generation had potential that was not inferior to the previous generation. However, on the list, other than the dazzling Zichen, the rest of the rankings were terrible. If one said that Zichen had become the beginning of an era and that he deserved to be first, then everyone below Zichen, except for Wharton, was a joke. At the very least, they did not deserve to be on the list for now. However, the beginning of an era was like this. As time passed, the rest of the positions would be occupied by some experts. After witnessing this historical moment, more than 80% of the cultivators had to retreat. Among them, all the 8th-tier cultivators had to leave, while some 9th-tier cultivators stayed to guard. The situation had stabilized, and Suho was about to leave. No one cared about how he felt. At this moment, everyone was talking about Zichen. After creating a historical beginning, everyone was looking forward to Zichen's future development. In the Dax Plain, Zichen welcomed another breakthrough. With the help of the Divine Seal, he finally raised his battle strength to the peak. Now his Thunder King physique had reached 7 stars, and his knife-drawing technique could be transformed into 79. He broke through to the late 7th tier. It took him an entire day to break through. After calculating that his contribution points were as high as 1st place, he gave up on the idea of going deeper and turned to walk to the periphery. At the periphery, Zi-Chan saw Shantian and the others. During the war, they often hunted other races. After gathering, they walked toward the Blackstone Mountains. In the past few months, the battle prowess of the rest of the people who had obtained special cultivation techniques had increased exponentially. Zi-Chan called everyone over and said, "Everyone, now that the situation has stabilized, it's time to go back. But for the sake of safety, I suggest that everyone return in small groups and batches." Everyone looked at Zi-Chan in confusion. "Go back. You're all free now. No one can order you around. We've been fighting nonstop for a while now. I think everyone must be tired. It's a good time to go back to the city and rest." During this time, each of them had accumulated a lot of wealth, enough for them to go back and live a peaceful life for a while. The team was thus disbanded. They would return to the city in a few days, but there were 14 people who didn't leave. Excluding Mamoru and Viper, there were 12 people left in the team. There were 11 people that Zi-Chan trusted, including Yiming. Yiming had followed them out back then. Of course, he was not there for Zi-Chan, but for Jin Qingqing. Perhaps it was because he was worried about her safety, or because he was worried that something would happen between her and Zi-Chan. Even though Jin Qingqing never gave him a good look, he still followed her. "You're not going back." Fortune teller looked at Zi-Chan strangely. Zi-Chan shook his head and said, "No, it's time for me to fulfill my promise." As he said that, he glanced at Mamoru. Everyone immediately understood. In this world, if you wanted to get something, you had to pay a price. And to everyone, Mamoru had always been paying a price, but he had never received anything in return. "Take care." Fortune teller stepped forward and gave Zi-Chan a hug. Zi-Chan nodded and said, "You too." After that, Shindao came up to hug him. Man Shi, Wu Xia, and the others came one by one. "Be careful." Shangguan Hong hugged Zi-Chan gently and smiled. Ever since Zi-Chan revealed his thoughts that night, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two of them. This barrier made the two of them become friends. "You too." Of course, Zi-Chan felt this barrier, but he didn't say anything. This might be the best ending. The two of them were just friends, or they could only be friends. "I'll be sad if you die. I'll also pray for you." Dongqing came to Zi-Chen's side and said softly as he hugged him. "Thank you," Zi-Chen said politely. After that, it was Jin Qingqing. Her attitude toward Zi-Chen had always been unclear. At this moment, she only said that it was completely the best. After hugging each other, Zi-Chan was shocked to find that Yiming was actually standing at the back. The latter took the initiative to hug each other. Then a voice transmission sounded in Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness. "I hope you never come back." Zi-Chen replied through voice transmission, "Your hope will never come true. You'd better die early. Don't harass my Qingqing. If I can come back, I'll try to woo her. I can see that you'll definitely die this time. You'll never come back." The two of them hugged each other for a short while. Their expressions did not change, but their spiritual senses were constantly communicating. Humph! In the end, Yiming snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, after walking for more than 10 meters, he realized that no one was following him. He leaned against an ancient tree, gloomily. At this moment, everyone was bidding farewell to Shomu and Viper. They had fought side by side for more than a year and could be considered comrades. "Hey, I'll remember you guys. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask." Manshur punched Viper's chest and said casually, "I will," Viper said. It was inevitable that they would be sad to part, so Zi-Chin and the other two left first. Their next stop would be Shomu's world. On the way, Shomu handed Zi-Chin a storage bag. "Here are your things. There are also some spirit crystals inside. I specially refined them. They'll be useful for the next trip." Zi-Chen took the storage bag and opened it. He saw that it was filled with spirit crystals, but they were not ordinary spirit crystals. Their quality was much higher. These are spirit crystals, second only to level 8. They're very suitable for you, Shomu explained. Obviously, they were specially refined. Zi-chan poured out the spirit crystals inside and handed the storage bag to Shomu. Shomu did not take it. If everything went smoothly, I wouldn't have come out. It's useless to have this thing. Zi-chan smiled and said, It's good to put things in. Seeing Zi-chen's insistence, Shomu smiled and took it. Tell me about your place. Okay, but before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Shomu. Shomu. Zi-chen understood the meaning behind his words. That's right. I'm the guardian of the dragon tomb. The guardian of the dragon tomb. There are dragons buried in the dragon tomb. The great dragon god and his people are buried there. Zi-chan was shocked and asked, There's a group of dragons buried there. Yes. Shomu nodded and said, Our clan has guarded the dragon tomb for generations. According to the prophecy, the dragon god and his people will gradually wake up from their deep sleep. This sentence made Zi-chin think of the saint burial ground of the Tianwu continent, and he fell into deep thought. You don't believe it. Seeing that Zi-chan was silent, Shomu turned his head and asked, I believe it, of course I believe it. I once saw a powerhouse resurrect from the dead with my own eyes. Zi-chin thought of the saint who was said to have also come to the Jianwu continent. Zi-chin still remembered the conversation with the powerhouse who was in charge of the human road. The other party not only controlled the human road, but also the heaven road and the earth road. The two demon sovereigns who were sealed at that time were sovereigns when they were alive. After that, they didn't die and schemed against everyone to absorb their power. At the last moment, they completely erupted. Zi-chen didn't know if the two demon sovereigns had recovered to their peak state. If they had recovered, they would be two sovereigns. If not, they would be world lords at the very least. However, those two powerhouses were forcibly sucked dry. From this, it could be seen how dangerous the Saint Burial Ground was. Since the dragon god mentioned by Shomu also had the possibility of awakening, it was obvious that this dragon tomb was equivalent to another Saint Burial Ground. The degree of danger was simply indescribable. What do you need me to do? Seeing that this wasn't a simple matter, Zi-chen asked in a deep voice. I don't know what happened in the dragon tomb. The dragon's soul suddenly leaked out and turned into a new kind of creature. Our clan encountered trouble, and I had to leave that small world to find a way to help our clan. That method is related to the dragon spear. Yes, those creatures are immortal. The dragon's soul can't be extinguished. However many are killed, they can be reborn. I saw that your dragon spear had a devouring method. Perhaps it can deal with those creatures. Just kill those creatures. It's that simple. Shomu nodded, indicating that the matter was indeed very simple. As long as they didn't enter the dragon tomb, it would be easy. The danger outside would be much lower. Walking into the depths of the Blackstone mountain range, Shomu began to carve and draw on the ground. These were all Tao runes that could connect to the laws of heaven and earth. This is a teleportation array? Zi-chen asked, puzzled. Yes. If we had to walk, we might not be able to reach the small world in 10 years, Shomu said without raising his head. Viper was beside him helping. 10 years? How long have you been out? About 1,000 years. During this time, we have already crossed 3 domains. This time, it was Viper who answered. 1,000 years have passed. Don't you think it's too late to go back now? We used a treasure to lock the time there. 100 years in the outside world is only a year there. Now only 10 years have passed. It's not too late. Just as they were talking, Shomu finished carving the teleportation array. With the injection of energy, the teleportation array was completely activated. The energy between heaven and earth gathered from all directions and constantly surged into the teleportation array. At the same time, the power of the rules surrounded the teleportation array. The activation of the teleportation array was quite grand. Let's go. Shomu stepped into the teleportation array that was flashing with a dazzling light. Zi-Chin and Viper followed. The dazzling light flashed, and the three disappeared. At the same time, the teleportation array that was previously carved on the ground disappeared as well. As soon as the three disappeared, the space distorted again. A figure in a black robe walked out of it. Under the black robe, his face and skin were green, as if he had been poisoned. Although he had facial features, he didn't look like a human at all. Chapter 1647. When they reappeared, the three were already far away from the Imperial Sky region. Walking out of the tunnel, the three landed on the ground. As soon as they steadied themselves, Viper and Tombkeeper turned around and looked at the spatial tunnel behind them cautiously. What's wrong? Is there danger? Zi-Chin looked at the two in confusion. There's a race that can sense the movement of teleportation portals through spatial fluctuations. They can also sense our presence. They can even sense our specific location through the tunnel and follow us. However, we teleported very far this time. They might not be able to track us, Tombkeeper said in a low voice. There's a race like that. Zi-Chin was very surprised. They're like the Dax race. They belong to another race that likes to devour souls. Tombkeeper's tone was clearly filled with hatred. Even after the traces of the tunnel disappeared, they still didn't see the Soul Eater race. Tombkeeper and Viper let out a huge sigh of relief. That race is very scary. Seeing the two so nervous that they broke out in cold sweat, Zi-Chin couldn't help but ask. To them, our souls are treasures that can increase their strength. They're even more useful than the spirit crystals you need to survive, Viper said. While the two were talking, Tombkeeper's gaze was fixed in front of him. His body was releasing light from inside out. This light was a strange power that Zi-Chin had never sensed before. It should be the power of the natives. Tombkeeper slowly extended his right hand and pressed forward with his palm. The mysterious power flowed forward through his palm. Strands of energy spread out in all directions with his palm as the center. Under this power, the formless space seemed to become tangible. A towering wall of space appeared in front of them, reaching all the way to the sky. On the towering spatial wall, where Tombkeeper's palm pressed down, a rectangular door slowly appeared. A mysterious power came out of the door. This power merged with the power around Tombkeeper. Then, the door shone brightly and caved in. A crack appeared on the door. The door to the small world opened. A brand new world appeared in front of Zi-Chin. Let's go. Tombkeeper stepped in. Viper pulled Zi-Chin and followed closely behind. The door to the small world slowly closed. The light on the door gradually dimmed. It merged with the spatial wall and disappeared. The surroundings returned to normal. Zi-Chin and the other two were nowhere to be seen. When the three of them arrived at the small world that the Tombkeeper had mentioned, they all had the same expression on their faces. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. Behemoths flew across the sky one after another. The smallest one was more than 10 meters long, while the largest was more than 100 meters long. They had wings like large birds, but there were no feathers on their wings. Instead, they had palm-sized scales. Apart from this, their entire bodies were also covered in scales. There were 2 claws under their abdomens that shone with cold light. The most shocking thing was that the aura they emitted actually contained the might of a dragon. "These are all dragons," Zi-Chin said as he looked at the strange creatures flying and crying in the sky. "It is formed from a dragon's soul. It is a type of dragon. We call it the Western Giant Dragon." Tombkeeper looked at the Western Giant Dragons in the sky and said in a daze. "That's what you're talking about," Zi-Chin said in a trembling voice. This was because in the sky there was a black mass of Western dragons, almost to the point of blocking out the sun. Every one of them had a formless, draconic aura spreading out. With so many draconic auras gathered together, Zichen felt extremely pressured. This seems like something has happened. Tombkeeper was also very surprised. You originally wanted me to take a dragon spear and kill all the giant dragons here. Zichen looked back at Tombkeeper. There weren't so many at first, at most a few hundred. But now, it seems that there are more than 10,000. Tombkeeper was a little embarrassed. Just as they were talking, a giant dragon flying at low altitude suddenly noticed Zichen and the other two. In its eyes, humans were too weak, like ants. A cold light flashed in the giant dragon's large eyes. It swooped down like a meteor, heading straight for Zichen. Not good, we've been discovered. Viper exclaimed. A hurricane swept out first, and the surrounding space began to distort. A powerful force came down, blowing the clothes of the three people. This giant dragon was not a mere Tier 7, nor was it an ordinary Tier 8. Its strength was almost at the peak of Tier 8. The fierce aura and the might of a dragon greatly affected the three people. Zichen's body surged with golden light, and the blood in his body flowed faster. His heart was beating vigorously, and a powerful force was transmitted to every part of his body through his blood. Dazzling golden light escaped from Zichen's body. At the same time, 7 dazzling Xingqian stars appeared on Zichen's chest. After activating the Thunder King physique, the discomfort from before dissipated. Zichen's eyes focused. Silver light flashed in his hand, and the dragon's spear appeared. Ong! A sharp sound rang out, and the giant dragon rushed towards Zichen with a terrifying might. It opened its mouth, revealing teeth that were as cold as blades. Ha! Zichen shouted. With a tap of his foot, his body soared into the air. He used the dragon spear as a long staff, holding it tightly, and smashed it towards the giant dragon's head. Dazzling golden light emitted from the long spear. The fierce aura was like a huge wave that soared into the sky, but it was split into two by Zichen's staff. The long staff rode the wind and broke through the waves. It broke through the pressure of the energy and smashed into the giant dragon's head. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and a ripple of energy appeared from the point of impact, spreading in all directions. Zichen was shocked, and his body flew back more than 10 meters before he stabilized himself. The giant dragon, on the other hand, flew back more than 10 meters. Its body swayed in the sky as if it was drunk. Obviously, it was almost hit by Zichen's attack. 5 pieces of broken dragon scales fell from the sky. This was the result of Zichen's all-out attack. Seeing this result, no matter how strong Zichen's willpower was, he could not help but change his expression. That attack just now was almost an all-out attack, but it only managed to shatter a few of his opponent's dragon scales. If every giant dragon had such a defense, Zichen would be daydreaming if he wanted to kill all the giant dragons with the dragon spear. He might even be torn apart by these giant dragons. Zichen's all-out attack did not cause any substantial damage to the giant dragon, but it infuriated it. It roared angrily, opened its huge mouth, and a ball of red light appeared. Then, the red light turned into flames and swept towards Zichen. The scorching heat caused the space to distort. This was the dragon flame, and it was very powerful. Buzz! Facing the dragon flame, the tomb keeper's body erupted with light again. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Before the dragon flame arrived, a bright light screen appeared in front of the 3 of them. The dragon flame fell on the light screen and crackled, but the terrifying dragon flame could not destroy the light screen. The light screen blocked the dragon flame. Viper! Resisting the dragon flame's attack, the tomb keeper shouted. Zichen turned around and happened to see a ferocious aura erupting from Viper's body. With a shake of its body, it turned into a huge python. The giant python was 20 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. The dense scales all over its body reflected a cold light. Its pair of cold and cruel snake eyes stared unblinkingly at the giant dragon that was spewing dragon flames in the sky. Hiss! With a hiss, the wind blew again. The python that Viper had transformed into crossed the dragon flame and rushed towards the giant dragon. The giant dragon opened its mouth again, and another dragon flame rushed towards the python. The python in the air was very agile. With a twist of its body, it dodged the dragon flame's attack. The giant dragon and the python began to fight at low altitude. For a moment, all kinds of crazy energy surged. Looking at the python that Viper had transformed into, Zi-Chen asked worriedly, "Can Viper do it?" The tomb keeper said, confidently, "Viper will win in a one-on-one battle." Zi-Chen nodded and said no more. He needed to take a good look at the giant dragon's attack methods. In the battle, the two sides were evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. In the sky, the other giant dragons had noticed the situation and began to change their flight paths. The tomb keeper shouted, "Viper, and this quickly." As soon as the tomb keeper finished speaking, Viper began to show his power. He took a direct hit from the giant dragon, and 4 bloody holes appeared on his body. His huge snake body wrapped around the giant dragon's body, and even its wings were firmly entangled. Crack! Viper bit down and broke a few dragon scales. Its attack was not much different from Zi-Chen's attack, but it was not easy for Viper to withstand the giant dragon's attack. Puff! The giant dragon bit Viper and tore off a piece of flesh from his body. Blood continued to spurt out from the wound. Viper let out a hiss, and a murderous aura suddenly surged from his body. He opened his mouth and bit the giant dragon's neck. Then Viper's body began to glow, and a terrifying aura surged. Viper's sharp teeth seemed to have turned into divine weapons at this moment. With a crack, the giant dragon's head was cut off. After that attack, the giant python seemed to have used up all his strength and crashed to the ground with the giant dragon. Boom! Smoke and dust flew in all directions. The two behemoths fell together, and blood instantly stained the ground. Zi-Chen looked worriedly at the python that Viper had transformed into. Although Viper had won in the end, he must have paid a heavy price for it. The tomb keeper seemed to have expected this, and he remained expressionless. Viper's body trembled slightly, and then he raised his head shakily. Then his body flashed, and he turned into a human again. Viper, who had turned into a human, had many wounds on his body, and his face was almost devoid of color. Viper had paid a heavy price to kill a giant dragon, and it was obvious that he could only deal with one giant dragon. If there was one more, he would die without a doubt. Viper quickly came in front of the tomb keeper. Then, with the tomb keeper as the center, a 5-meter bright light shield appeared. The light shield protected the 3 of them, and the giant dragon, swooping down from the sky, seemed to have lost its target, and once again spiraled up into the sky. Killing a giant dragon will only give you the dragon crystal, but the dragon soul is indestructible. The wounded Viper smiled bitterly and pointed forward, indicating for Zi-Chen to see. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.